At this time, we offer prayer. For God has brought you here, and He is the center of your life and the architect of your destiny. And so, as you go through this orientation program, we pray that God will grant you all the many gifts and His blessings to empower you for the journey ahead. Shall we pray? Loving Lord, we glorify you and we lift you up. There is none like you. We thank you, Father, for the students that you have brought to these hallowed halls, so that you would equip them and empower them for service to make a difference in their lives and in the world as they encounter the people around them. Father, we pray that you would bless them, that at this orientation program, they will gain the tools and the skills needed to be successful in their university experience. Bless them, Heavenly Father, as they study in the midst of this pandemic. Protect them from this microbe, protect them from all ills, so that they would be prepared for the future you have designed for them. Father, we pray that you will bless them in their study program, and you would give them the awareness they need to keep all their tasks, all their assignments, and all, Father, the teaching that they would get, the instruction in mind, so that they will develop and they would be excellent. And Father, we pray even not only for their matriculation, but for their graduation, that they will come through and finish strong in their experience at USC, so that you can launch them into greater vistas for their future. Father, we pray for their blessing. Protect them, their family. Oh, Father, order their steps according to your will. And dear Lord, may their journey at USC be a catalyst for all the plans that you have had for them. Bless them with spiritual gifts, which they would use for your service. And when you shall come, may their experience at USC not only prepare them for the world of work or academia in the future, but dear Lord, we pray that it would qualify them for heaven at last. May they experience an Adventist education which will prepare them for the world to come. We thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Welcome to virtual orientation at the University of the Southern Caribbean. These virtual orientation sessions will take you through details important to your academic, social, and mental success at USC. Our faculty and staff are eager to help you prepare for some of the expected and unexpected realities of university and become familiar with the various university services available to you. USC has campuses in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia, Guyana, and Antigua and Barbuda. And from all across the world, we welcome you, our new USHans, as part of the USC class of 2024.
Good morning again to you. I trust that you are doing fine by God's grace. God is awesome and He is worthy to be praised. This morning, I'd like to just speak to us briefly on the subject, a change in attitude. Yesterday, we looked at a change in perspective. Today, we're going to look at a change in attitude. Would you pray with me? Loving Father, we thank you so much for your grace and your power and your mercy. We ask that you will bless us and instruct us in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. My reflections this morning come from the book of Hebrews. Time will not permit us to do an elaborate assessment of Hebrews chapter 10. but my reflections are based on verses 19 through 25 and verses 32 through 39. When you have some time, just reflect on those. I want to read the first few verses of this section, this pericope. The Bible says in verse 19, "Therefore, brethren, having boldness to enter the holiest by the blood of Jesus, by a new and living way, which he consecrated for us through the veil, that is his flesh, and having a high priest over the house of God, let us draw near with a true heart in full assurance of faith, having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience and our bodies washed with pure water." Now, I'm going to approach this passage devotionally. There's so much theological meat in this passage, but that's not my concern this morning. There are a few devotional lessons that I'd like to draw from this passage and the rest of this text as it relates to a change in attitude. The Austrian psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl did a lot of work on studying those who survived the Holocaust, and he discovered that those who survived had a particular attitude. They had a different attitude, and out of that was born this idea of hope that those who survived had an attitude of hope. Now, there are several things that Viktor Frankl writes that are inspiring as we reflect on the human spirit, the human psyche. But there are two of his quotes that I'd like to use as a platform as we go into our text for today. Viktor Frankl says, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." The next quote, he says, "Everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way." Viktor Frankl emphasizes the power of choice, that we can't control our circumstances. We can control the things, the stimuli that are sent our way, but between stimuli and response, there is choice. And he emphasized the power of choice. In Hebrews chapter 10, the writer of Hebrews continues this powerful lesson of the centrality of Christ, that in Christ we have better sacrifice. In Christ we have a better high priest. In Christ we have a better significator. We have a better lamb. We have a better system. In Christ, everything is perfected, because in Christ, type meets antitype, and there is the fulfillment of this plan of salvation. As the writer challenges us to focus on the centrality of Christ, as he comes to chapter 10, there is a transition, and he says, understand, there is a new way that has been created for us through the body of Christ. Christ is the veil, and there's so much we can talk about that, but I'm not going to get this sidetracked. But he says, understand, we now have a new type of relationship with Christ. We have new access to God as a result of the sacrifice of Christ. And he says, based on this, our attitude needs to be different. That based on this new access that we now have, this new way that has been created for us through our heavenly high priest, Jesus Christ. He says there are some things in our attitude that need to be different. And that's what I want to look at for the next few moments. What are the things that change in our attitudes as a result of our understanding, our recognition of who we are in Christ, that we have intimacy with God, we have access to God as a result of Jesus Christ. Now, you may ask, what does this have to do with USC Strong? What does this have to do with the uncertain times in which we live? It is my firm conviction that in order for us to thrive and survive within difficult times, in order for us to be strong, and that we need to shift our attitudes. We need to shift our thinking. We cannot go into this new decade. We cannot go into this new season with the old thinking, with the old attitude that we got through 2020 with. We cannot go through this journey, the next phase, thinking the same way that we used to think. There's some things that must be altered. And here, the writer of Hebrews gives us a few things that must be altered, that must be changed within the context of our new intimacy with God. The first thing that he says in verse 22 is that we need to draw near to God with sincere hearts. In other words, we need to get closer to God. The attitude then should be an attitude of not distancing ourselves from God, but wanting to get closer to God. That we are not on the fringes. We don't stay on the fringes in our walk with God. We want to pursue the deepest level of intimacy with God, and we come to God with sincere hearts as we hunger and thirst for God. And so the first shift in attitude that needs to take place is an attitude that says we are going to move away from this mediocre connection with God. If we're going to survive and make it in uncertain times, then we've got to become desperate for God. We have to recognize that we now have access to God. And when you get into that intimate space with God and you go into the very throne room with your God, then you understand that there is no challenge, there is no difficulty that you encounter that God is unable to deal with, or anything that you encounter that takes God by surprise. And so the first shift in attitude is shifting away from distance to intimacy in our relationship with God. The second change in attitude, he says in verse 23, and let us hold fast the confession of our hope without wavering. In other words, he says we need to get to the place where we grasp on, we seize. That's what that word means. We grasp, we seize our confession, the confession of our hope. Our hope is grounded in God, and God cannot lie, and God cannot fail. His promises are sure. As we learned yesterday, the confession of our profession, the confession of our hope is the declaration that Jesus is in charge, that God saves, that God is working all things all together for our good. It is this attitude of hope, it is this attitude of hopefulness that prevents us from losing our minds in the midst of uncertainty. It's an attitude that says, I know that God is in control regardless of evidence to the contrary. I may not see how he's leading, I may not know where he is leading, but my hope is in God and God alone. There is nothing that I would allow to shift my confidence in God. And so this is an attitude of hopefulness. Not only do we have an attitude of intimacy with God, we have an attitude that says we are not going to be deterred by circumstances or difficulties. We're going to keep our hopes firmly grounded in God and in God's unchanging hands. Hallelujah. The third attitude that needs to shift, he says in verses 24 through 25, he says we've got to stir up each other to love and good works. I love this. There is not only the internal attitude that shifts in terms of our relationship with God, but our attitude towards each other must change if we're going to survive uncertain times. He says, understand, it's one thing to build your faith in isolation from others, to remove yourself from community. It's one thing to go down that path, but he says, in the times in which we live, the writer of Hebrews says, we must come together as a community, that we must get to the place where we challenge one another. We consider how we can ignite hope in each other, how we can spur each other on to love in spite of difficulties, to do good to others in spite of difficulties, somehow in the midst of the pandemic, many have lost compassion. Many have lost their desire to be helpful to others, and people are absorbed in themselves and their own survival. Understand, we've got to shift our attitude. USC, if we're going to survive, we have to think outside of the box. Sometimes you've got to destroy the box and recognize that precisely in these times we have something to offer. Precisely in these times that we can make a difference in our community, that we can ignite and spur each other on to the highest human values and principles, but also to the highest divine principles, to spur each other on to love and to good deeds, to ignite, to inspire and encourage others, that this is not the time for selfishness. This is the time to help somebody. This is the time to encourage somebody. Understand, we are in this struggle together, and we cannot survive on our own. We need each other. We've got to get to that place, hallelujah, where we are able to spur each other on rather than criticizing or denouncing each other. We invest our energies in building up each other. In this context, the writer admonishes us not to forsake the assembling of ourselves in this time of social distancing, in this time where we are not able to gather as we ought. We then find creative ways of coming together, as we're doing today, creative ways of encouraging each other. Understand, in these times in which we live, there are many who are going through major depression, many who are anxious, many who are afraid, many who are allowing uncertainty to overwhelm them and cripple them. Now more than ever before, we need each other. We need to come together in whatever ways that are safe as you continue this journey. Those of you who are starting this journey as students, those of you who are continuing this journey, make space in your academic journey to encourage each other, to pray with each other. Make space to bless others in your journey, and you will recognize as you invest in blessing others, those blessings are going to come back to you. In this third change in attitude, there are two things that the writer then tells us that I'm going to conclude with. As we change our attitude, recognizing, as Viktor Frankl tells us, that people may be able to take so many things from you, but they cannot take your choice in terms of your attitude. You can make that choice as to what your attitude is going to be. No one else is responsible for your attitude but you, and you make that choice. And so you're making the choice today that your attitude will be governed by intimacy with God. Your attitude is going to be governed by your willingness to encourage each other, your willingness to support one another. Your attitude will be guided by the opportunities that God gives to us to make a difference in each other's lives. As the writer talks about this third aspect, of thinking about how we can encourage each other, the two things that he points to, verses 32 and 33. The first thing he points to is partnership, using the Greek word koinonos, that the believer endures struggle with sufferings in the early stages of the journey. Remember the suffering that you endured with one another. There is partnership in your suffering. You went through persecution, painful realities, but you stuck together. You were made spectacles. You were made laughing stock, ridiculed because of your tribulations. But understand, you joined in solidarity. You joined in fellowship with each other. This here goes beyond the hospitality. It moves beyond the fellowship. It is struggling with each other. It is struggling together against a common enemy. And so he says, within this context, now is the time, as you get closer to each other and as you try to spur each other on to love and to good deeds, he says, be willing to suffer with each other. Now, I know this is tough. because more than anything else, we want to escape uncomfortable circumstances. We want to remove ourselves from things that are unpleasant. And that's a natural human instinct. But when we shift our attitude, we recognize that because of the God that we serve, and because we have access to our God, because we can come before God with a clear conscience, we can draw near to God with a clear heart, we can draw near to God with an open mind, we can come close to God. The fact that we can hold fast our confession, the fact that we can hold fast to our hope, the fact that we are able to encourage each other on to love and good deeds, once that attitude has been shifted, when we see others struggling, we don't run, we don't go and hide, we come together. In order for USC to be strong, this must be a season when we come together, more than any other time in our history, and we support each other. If one person is struggling, we are in the struggle together. And so the writer says, if we're going to come together this way, it is important for us to have partnership in our suffering. The final thing that he tells us regarding that third lesson, he says there needs to be compassion in suffering. That word from which we get the word sympathy, that's the Greek word that is used there in verse 34. The believers sympathized with each other's suffering. Not only did they join each other or partner with each other in suffering, but they sympathized, or they showed compassion to one another in the midst of the difficult times. Sympathy requires a certain measure of empathy. It is feeling what the other feels and stepping into their shoes, that we are called in the midst of uncertainty not only to identify with those who are struggling, but to be able to walk in their shoes. Not only to walk in their shoes, but to be willing to risk everything, if necessary, to make sure that we are in this journey together. Understand, the enemy's attacks are predicated on fear. The enemy expects that in the midst of uncertainty, that fear will cripple you, that fear will cause you to not want to try. Fear will cause you to quit when you are faced with challenges. The enemy's attacks are predicated on fear of loss, fear of pain, fear of discomfort, even fear of death. Understand this. The enemy is looking for weakness. And so the enemy, much like in the animal kingdom, the enemy is going to try to find the weakest link. The enemy is going to try to find the one who is most depressed, the one who is lagging behind. And the enemy is going to make a plan to destroy that one. And once he destroys that one, he is coming for the next one who is lagging behind. If we have a change of attitude, we get to the place where we make a vow that we are not going to allow each other to go down in this journey. No. We have each other's back. We are going to support each other. Listen, this is the time when you need to start having your prayer groups. This is the time when you need to start walking with each other in the midst of this journey, not just by sharing in suffering, but by empathizing, showing comfort, showing compassion to each other in these difficult times. What we need is not to be further apart from each other emotionally. We don't need to be separating ourselves emotionally or disconnecting emotionally. Yes, we may need to social distance, but we don't need to emotionally distance ourselves from each other. That this is the time to come closer. As we come closer to God, we come closer to each other. Understand this. We can't make it unless we make it together. We can't make it just trying to be lone rangers. No, this journey requires that we come together in one accord, in one mind, recognizing that we are stronger together. We are stronger as a team. We are stronger as a group. We are stronger as a collective perspective. It is not the time to separate. It is the time to come closer to each other spiritually and emotionally so that we can support each other, step in each other's shoes, and encourage each other in the journeys that we are faced with. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what tomorrow holds. I don't know what next week holds. But I know that if we change our attitudes, and you have that power, you have that choice. And if you're struggling with that, you can ask God, God, help me to change my attitude. To change my attitude from being selfish. To change my attitude from being aloof. To change my attitude from being disconnected. And allow me to recognize that God calls me to intimacy. And as long as I am close to God and I'm pursuing my relationship with God, my hope will remain strong. And once my hope is strong, my fellowship should also be strong, that I'll be able to be a blessing to someone else. If every person can commit today to be a blessing to someone else, to be intentional about picking up the phone, calling somebody, to be intentional, sending an email to comfort someone. You are going to get through this. We are going to be strong together because we are together in intimacy with God in the most holy place. May God bless us as we continue this journey together. Shall we pray? Father, I pray today for intimacy. For this past year, we've heard so much about distancing, social distancing. And in the midst of social distancing, oh God, believers have been drawn apart, families have been drawn apart, friends have been drawn apart. And I'm asking, oh God, that in the midst of physical distancing, that you will bring us together spiritually. You will bring us closer emotionally. That the challenges that lay ahead, we need each other. We need the support of each other. We need the faith and the confidence of each other. And so I pray, God, that we will join in one accord and that we will vow by your grace to support each other and hold each other accountable in this journey so that we can succeed together. We thank you and we praise you in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. God bless you, everybody. Stay strong in Jesus Christ.
Joy comes in the morning light. 'Cause all you gotta do is hold on. Just try alright. 'Cause my friends, it will be alright. Yes. See, there are times when you have to cry, and there are times when you wanna ask why. So don't let go of his unchanging hands, 'cause I guarantee my God will be there on time. So hold on, yeah, it'll be alright. Oh yes, it will. In the morning light. 'Cause all you gotta do is hold on. Yeah. Just try your eyes, 'cause it will be alright. I'm gonna sing it one more time. See, there are times when you have to cry, and there are times when you wanna ask why. Oh, but don't you let go of God's unchanging hand, 'cause I guarantee that he will be there on time. So hold on, yeah. It'll be alright. Oh, I guarantee that joy comes in the morning light. All you got to do is hold on, just try your eyes. I know it will be alright. Let me hear you say, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, Don't worry. Don't worry. It'll be alright. Don't you worry. Don't worry. It'll be God's gonna fix it. Don't you worry. Don't worry. It'll be alright. Don't worry. Don't worry. It'll be alright. So hold on. Hold on. It'll be alright. And I guarantee that joy comes in the morning light. All you got to do is hold on. Just try your eyes. I know it will be alright. It will be alright. It will be alright. It will be
Caribbean, the oldest tertiary institution in Trinidad and Tobago, was established in 1927, now operating for 93 years, is known as the #1 prestigious faith-based university in the Caribbean. USC is proudly accredited by 2 accrediting bodies, AAA, the Adventist Accrediting Association in Maryland, USA, and the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. It has a diverse population of approximately 3,000 students from 40 different countries around the world. Today, I am delighted to welcome you, our new students, to the University of the Southern Caribbean, and to this new student orientation ceremony. You have selected USC as your university of choice to guide you to a brighter future. Our loving, caring faculty, staff, and alumni are able and ready to guide you through this journey. As you begin this new chapter in your life, it will be a very challenging one, but yet quite exciting as you experience the path of growth that leads to beyond excellence. For 93 years, the university has been sending out to the world graduates to serve God and humanity. And we are very proud that from testimonies that we are preparing some of the best graduates for the world of work. The University of the Southern Caribbean offers a breadth of associate, undergraduate, and graduate programs through 6 schools and from more than 40 fields of study. We're quite pleased that within the recent past, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley, endorsed USC as having one of the best nursing programs, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but the rest of the Caribbean region. As you begin this new phase, my dear students, and as you begin the second round of your educational ladder, I urge you to be focused, to be disciplined, to develop self-control, and avoid procrastination at all costs. Moreover, always remember the words from our Lord found in Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. And I quote, "Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lead not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths." To the parents, Thank you for supporting your sons and daughters to attend this prestigious university right here in Trinidad. USC is part of a network of 119 Seventh-day Adventist universities around the world and has alliances with many renowned universities. COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the mode of instruction during this semester, resulting in distance education. I'm hoping that this pandemic will soon be a thing of the past, and together we can reunite and return to normalcy to enjoy the family-like experience on the most beautiful campus and the most secured campus in the entire Caribbean region. As president, I welcome you as the graduating class of 2025. Let's forget about COVID-19 pandemic and imagine yourself in that great graduation ceremony of 2025. May the love of God continue to be with us and keep us together while we are apart. Wishing you every success in your studies as you continue at USC. May God bless you. I invite you at this time to view a short video on the University of the Southern Caribbean. God bless. Thank you.
Imagine a community of people from all over the world working towards bettering themselves and those around them. A community grounded in faith and morals, positivity, and love. This is what you discover when you drive through the Maracas Valley and find our main campus hidden in the mountains or any of our 5 satellite sites spread throughout the region. From our intimate classroom settings where first-rate teachers offer a unique and caring learning experience, utilizing modern and progressive teaching styles and technology, to hands-on developmental programs that accompany these courses. Real-world experience abounds through our simulation labs, practicum, and internship programs. Not only do we lead in the depth of quality of our programs, but we also bring value to the region. Such is the case with our occupational therapy program. This master's program just happens to be the only one in the English-speaking Caribbean. This particular program continues to develop exponentially as we recently revamped our simulation training lab alongside the Digital Foundation as we continue to grow in our capacity to really prepare our budding practitioners to really impact lives. The Department of Music continues to ring out among the masses as it grows and matures into one of the region's most engaging and comprehensive programs. The department continually offers students the opportunity to develop their craft, often on behalf of worthy causes, with regular tours both nationally and internationally, competitions, and impactful programs. There's always something to do in the music department. Our nurses continue to be in high demand, and with the highest pass rate in the region, we're not surprised. As we grow and develop hands-on training between classes, advanced labs, and simulation environments, this program continues to be one of the most competitive around. At USC, we love to celebrate the diversity of our community, and the true width of flavor is seen at our annual International Students Week. Here, each territory joins together to showcase their individual countries as a cultural village, much like the global village we're all part of. These activities display the real beauty that our campus holds as a vibrant and diverse collective. With robust online and face-to-face platforms, we continue to serve students through adversity and challenging times, integrating the values of quality and holistic education. With God on our side, we look forward to many more years of service to the world, grooming and developing men and women of all ages to take up the mantle and carry us all beyond excellence.
Hi guys. As you know, USC has been creating leaders and achieving greatness for 93 years now. As such, we would like to take this time to welcome two of our own alumni who have achieved greatness beyond excellence. Mr. Rudder, class of 1999, Bachelor of Science in Computing, class of 2012, Master of Business Administration. Currently, coordinator of the Department of Integrated Marketing and Communications at the University of the Southern Caribbean. Founder of Tova Group, a full-service branding, marketing, and music firm specialized in positioning, building, and promoting people and companies.
And Mr. Bertrand Moses, class of 2006, Bachelor of Science and Social Behavioral Sciences. Currently, Mr. Moses serves in Trinidad and Tobago's Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs, as the Coordinator of Children Development, founder of Balance 365, an organization committed to helping individuals and organizations increase their mental fitness for optimal functioning in order to achieve and successfully balance their mental health, career, and holistic wellness goals.
Mr. Moses and Mr. Rudder, thank you for joining and sharing this space with us today.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having us.
All right, so we've heard about what you're up to currently, but take us back a little bit. Give us your USC CUC experience in a nutshell. You know, campus life, culture, activities, and all that good jazz.
Well, for me, it's an amazing opportunity, I believe, because basically what USC provided is a campus. It's a canvas second to none. It's a cultural campus. It's a spiritual campus. It's a physical development campus,
right.
a canvas. And I was able to just take that canvas and paint anything I wanted to be. And to be quite honest with you, that is the USC experience. It's this nice mitosis, like a mitochondria, powerhouse, a cell that you could just go into. And it's not huge like other campuses where you get lost. It's small enough to network and interact and develop and share ideas in a culturally diverse setting. And I think that's what USC provided for me. It allowed me to sit and let my dreams come to a reality, to serve others and people. And so I know, even though for those who are listening, they're like, yo, that's not possible because we're in a virtual space and we won't see each other. There are so many opportunities that you can still interact with individuals to put projects on board. And I hope to talk a little about that later as well.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Moses, can you paint us a picture of USC in 2006?
Well, I was 99. So after you.
Yes, well, for me, I'll just ask again. It's no longer
if you could pick us a picture of USC in your year, 2006.
I think in 2006, it was the dawn of a brilliant era, the most outstanding class ever in history. All right,
we'll argue that, but okay.
Graduating class and a new class. But however, I'm being told that this new cohort that's coming in, this 2020 group, this group that's going to re-evolutionize the future, is going to be even better. That's what I heard, so you'll have to prove it, right? But for me, at that era, it was a very interesting time because we were moving from CUC, Caribbean Union College, to the University of Southern Caribbean. So I'm one of the few people that came in under Caribbean Union College and graduated under the University of the Southern Caribbean. So that era was a nexus of change. It was, technology was coming into fore. We didn't have Instagram like you all do now. you know, but we were using high five. Man, I feel old.
High five.
High five, bro. You know? But the thing is, though, what that was allowing us to realize is the importance of the digital world. So things like websites, like campus clubs had websites, you know, more things were online. You know, Islam was moving faster on campus as well. So we were able to start to think about globalization to meet our goals. And it wasn't just about the academics, but it was preparing us for a new frontier, a new way to kind of step out and create new realities as well.
And Mr. Rudder, for you in 1999?
Yeah, 99. I finally watched when I said that 1999. No, I mean, back then, campus had about 700 people at that time. And for me, it was a real close-knit family. I mean, having people from different countries, Kenya, throughout the islands, I mean, and knowing everybody too. I think that for me was a culture shock. I really treasure the USC experience because of what it has made me into today. For me, I actually made a intentional choice to go to USC over. All my siblings went to another university, but I chose USC because of the less distractions. I think the spiritual focus for me was very important as well. And to me, I didn't understand at the time, but doing all these other courses didn't make sense to me as to why I have to do PE and all of those things. But it is only about into the second to third year I realized that this is making me an all-rounded person, and I was really grateful for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rudder. Mr. Rudder, how did you know that you made the right choice in attending USC/CUC?
As I said, it was a personal decision for me because I grew up being a social person, and I felt if I went to another institution, I might have got caught up in the wrong crowd and mix or what have you. So it was an intentional decision for me to say, hey, I want to go to USC. You know, it was an eye-opener for me because at the end of the day, it brought, as I mentioned before, it brought me to see the world, and actually I became an entrepreneur at USC. You know, USC was where I found my passion, not just in doing a degree in computer information systems, but it's where I actually became a web developer, and I became one even before I graduated and started to get a lot of projects coming in while at USC. And that's because of one of the courses I did. I think I remember the name at the time, but I fell in love with that particular course, and that turned me into an entrepreneur.
Okay, thanks for the great backstory.
Okay, Mr. Moses, let's go back a little bit here now. How did you contribute to USC or CUC experience?
You know, it's so interesting asking me that because I really feel old now. You know, I think I'm young, and I mean, how did I? You know, for me, honestly, just to go back, I remember when the time came for me to choose a university. All of my friends went to the other university that's very popular in Trinidad and Tobago, and I was like, oh, you know, I wanted to go. But somehow, you know, my mother was like, I believe this is the place for you to go. And I was like, really? My friends don't feel that way.
Reach it, Mom.
I know, right? I ended up going. And I remember my brother said something to me before I went. He said, you know, yo, they have this drama club. It's going to be real boss here. Enjoy yourself.
Your brother.
And I was like, okay, I'll go. And I want to say, though, how did I benefit? It was really about having ideas and being able to see them come to life. So I think this small campus experience allowed me to sit with people at cafeterias. And the thing with larger universities is that you aren't able to network effectively because people come and they go. But you're able to sit with individuals. So I think firstly, having the opportunity to have a close-knit circle where you're able to run ideas over and over allowed for a very strong maximum output. Another way that I think I benefited at that time was really starting things. So for example, one of the things that I always felt that we needed to do more of, because I think USC, one of the courses I think was philosophy of service.
Right.
And that course was about you are the change you want to see in the world. So for me, what that taught me is that if I want to do something, you have to be the person that goes after it. And that whole course, the ethos of that course was to create change. So when we did this course, I was the president of the drama club at the time. And I decided, you know what, we have to formulate something that would reach the community of Maracas. And so we developed Portraits of Excellence, and it was really a competition among students. But what it had was a a component of community service. So we went out in the community and we did projects to help those who were hungry or children who needed school books. But some countries went even further and they went back to, I know Guyana went and partnered with Habitat for Humanity to build a house. I know in Antigua they went around doing HIV/AIDS education. So it's powerful because the nexus is that you can sit in a small university setting, have a conversation, and it could blow up to infect the region. And so I think I benefited from leadership experience. I think I benefited from networking experience. And I think I benefited with the fact that you can achieve anything you put your mind to when you come to USC if you make the best out of the opportunities in front of you.
Yes, yeah, indeed.
And Mr. Rudder, going back to campus culture as well, how do you think that this benefited you at your time at USC/CUC and in the long run?
Right. So I got heavily involved in the computer science department. Many people may not know, but I was actually founding president of the computer science club, Virtua at the time. So I was part of the whole coming up with the name and the first logo and everything. And, you know, that for me really opened up my eyes to really impart that knowledge to even my peers as well, you know. So that's where my passion started. I remember at the time it was Dr. Foster at the time from Jamaica. You know, I personally went to him. I was really a behind the scenes person. So I went to him and I said, hey, we need to form a computer science club. So I drafted the whole constitution and everything and I handed it to him. And lo and behold, they held a meeting and they selected, well, they asked me they nominated me, and I didn't need to be nominated, but I just wanted it to happen. So it was a privilege for me to actually serve in that capacity, and again, that really started my leadership role in the university and beyond. So, yeah.
All right. USC's,
Nope,
sorry.
go ahead.
What impact did this experience have on your holistic development, academically, socially, personally, and professionally, etc.?
Okay, well, big question. That's like a philosophy question there, bro. So I would say academically, I would say it allowed me to understand, because there was a quote, the true purpose of education isn't about passing grades, it's about development of the character.
Yes,
So
sir.
I remember those things, and I understood it's not about A's. And I think there's so many people who are caught up in just getting A's, but they didn't want to put their books aside to go out and come together in a group to build a community. Or to sit, because like, for example, just being a part of a club, you're able to connect with people and have real experiences about what they have been through in their past and their future. So academics to me is really about how can you take what's in the textbook and transform other people's lives. So I had lecturers who I would have gone to, and I said, look, like I remember doing research methods with statistics, and I was like, I'm going to die, you know? But I remember that there were lecturers that you could go to, and you could say, so honestly, this isn't, I'm not getting it. And they would say, you know what, let me provide you with this extra course material. Let me provide you with these past papers, and you could do them. I had lecturers like that. Big up Dr. Tobias, you know, he was one of those people, and Mr. Hunt as well. People like that, in terms of the academics. In terms of the other area, I think you said spiritually. I think for me, spiritually, it allowed for a very personal connection, and you could shape that because there was always spiritual food available at the table. And that's the difference with other institutions. Spiritual food isn't always there. You always know that on Wednesday night, you have Saturday, you have different services, Saturday evening. You know, some clubs have things like our power on Saturday morning or even Sunday. There's always a time where you could come forward to a table and be spiritually fed. I think the next one is in terms of culture. Let me tell you, there's research that says, like if you look at Apple is in Silicon Valley in California is powerful because they integrate, Apple is built on cultural diversity. People from India, people from Africa, they look for interns from other countries to build that. And I think the cultural nexus that you have in USC, even if you're virtual and you're attending classes online, you could sit with someone, reach out to your classmates and form a chat group, form a WhatsApp group and say, you know, let's come up with something powerful because that's how the world is working now. And that's how Apple has been working for the longest time. So Apple is big, not because they were one-on-one in person, they were having virtual meetings before. So it's actually a powerful experience, I think. And finally, intellectual curiosity. I remember sitting in the library and reading books. I remember reading a study in one of the journals about the benefits of extracurricular activities with academics, and I was blown. I think that was my first year, and I recognized that, yes, this is the way to do the mix. Because then it was talking about these students tend to perform better in their work environments. It's not just about intellectual intelligence. It's about your emotional intelligence, your emotional quotient, and that capacity to do more in your environment. So when you get into a workplace, then it's not going to be about how great you could regurgitate stuff. Or it really is about how you could build relationships with people based on what you're learning. And I think the intellectual curiosity was formulated right here at USC for me, and it has gone on to benefit me even after graduating, studying at Alumni in California. It was just the building steps that took me there to do my master's as well.
Mr. Rada, what about you?
So, I mean, for me, what was one of the key things for USC that really stood out was I was really never very academically inclined, but USC accommodated for that because, and what I mean is I was exposed to so many disciplines in one and facets of my mind, especially because it wasn't just about a lecturer sitting down with you and you just have to write an exam and pass. Remember, you have quizzes, you have a lot of different activities that will move you towards our mark. And for me, that stood out because at the end of the day, I didn't have to just sit. If I had to just sit down and write a paper, a midterm and a final, that would be it. I would not be able to manage because at the end of the day, I am more of a technical, practical type of person, and USC allowed that to come out. And that's one of the reasons why I got heavily into branding and creatives, that the creative side of me. I consider myself corporate creative, and I have to thank USC, the USC experience for that, because it really brought that out for me.
Thank you. USC's mission of transforming ordinary people into extraordinary servants to humanity is founded on the pillars of moral integrity, spiritual maturity, cultural diversity, and intellectual curiosity. How did you both see these pillars integrated into your CUC-USC experience?
Holistic being. I think one of the things that stood out, of course, USC is a faith-based institution. It's the first faith-based institution I went to. It opened up my eyes, one, to realize that faith-based means I need to find my faith in God, not rely on somebody else or going to church and what have you. And USC brought that out because of the various courses that were taught. Remember, we had to do religious courses, Christian beliefs, ethics, Christian ethics, philosophy for work, philosophy for education, run up and down the campus. It really brought out a lot of that holistic being for me personally. And I'm so grateful for that because, again, it allowed me to grow into who I am today.
Mr. Moses, yes. All right. Now, listening to you both, we're beginning to understand the importance of becoming involved in extracurricular and co-curricular activities. Mr. Rudder, can you share your extracurricular or co-curricular activities with us?
Well, again, I think I would have touched on that. I really was not the sports type person, but again, I allowed my abilities in my love for computer and design. I used that in what I did at USC, and I think that really helped me to be who I am.
I would say for me, one of the most powerful things is really being a thought leader. And a thought leader is someone who is able to look at the environment, look at the context, even look at what's happening right now with regards to COVID-19 and how you could make a change there. And I remember back then, it was really creating a thought leadership perspective. So for me, one of the first things that I did, when I was there, is joining the drama club and other clubs. I was in Pathfinders, I was in the Behavioral Science Club, I was in a whole bunch of stuff.
Everything.
Because I believe, I understood it was more than just about the books, because we could stay at home and read, right?
Right.
And so I think then, I remember having students, so I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, but there were students from St. Lucia, Barbizon.
Yes.
I remember there was a student, a really good friend from St. Lucia, who was in the club, but it was hard for him to get by with school fees. And that was the reality for so many students. So the drama club, then we put on productions, put on shows, and we then raise funds, and then we'd contribute towards student scholarships on a small level, which people really didn't know. They thought it was just drama for fun. But it went even beyond, because I think, understanding that was the ethos of what we needed to do, we then developed the Portraits of Excellence scholarship competition, which was really designed to provide 3 full scholarships for students who were in need. And so that in itself was able to provide 4 years full tuition scholarships for students who came from challenging backgrounds. That's powerful, because that means that we as students there had the opportunity to change the lives of so many young people. so that they could increase and create a legacy for the generations coming. And that's what I think USC allows you to do. It's about creating a holistic legacy for your generations to come. Your children will not just know about academics and a degree, but your children will know about spiritual development. They'll understand culture. They'll understand character development. They'll understand so much more about being a true contributor to the world, a true citizen. And that is beyond excellence, as I see on the logo there. That is beyond excellence. And I think that's what's important. That whole thing for me was able to help me to create those new frontiers along with amazing people from around the region and the world.
Impactful.
And now that you've both come out, and now that you've both come on the other side, what would you have to say about your overall USC experience?
I just want to encourage those who are listening right now. It's a scary time. It's exciting time as well. You know, I just want to encourage you, based on what we've shared here, to just take that step as you've already done, and you'll make it through. Look for a support system, you know, even if it's your family, but also look for a student support system. And there's a strong faculty and staff support system there for you. So you'll make it through, and we welcome you.
I would say the lack of opportunity creates more opportunity. And as I stand here, I remember when I was at USC and we were in the dormitory. During that time, 2006, indeed, we didn't have internet on the dormitories. And so that is like, my brother's like, what? I can't believe that. So how did we communicate and survive? And I remember that students, the men's club of the dormitory, came together and they said, you know what? We are going to set up a LAN project. For the IT people listening, big up yourself, you know what I mean? And they were able to set up an entire period where they were able to create wiring, connectivity on the dormitory in order to make sure that every student on the dormitory had internet access. And to me, that's something that isn't just about creating change for your immediate environment. That's about creating change for that individual. So when they graduated, they could put on their resume that they would have set up internet connectivity and services for people throughout on a campus setting. And that to me is so powerful, so that we can think that when we are doing our work, what we contribute and design could be something that could help us get a job. And that's something I'm passionate about. Yeah. For me at Balance 365, it's about creating opportunities where we can always look at our career development. And if you have tips, just to say, if anybody wants to reach out, on Instagram or Facebook, you can message me and I will send you like a career plan of how you can make sure that your career development is strong. Balance 365 TT, and I'll send you a special gift to help you survive the challenges of now.
All right, both Mr. Rudder and Mr. Moses, thank you kindly for your time with us today.
Pleasure as always.
Thank you for having us.
Hello, good morning, and welcome. Welcome to USC, the place where you can be all that you can be. This is where your hopes and dreams will come true. You know, long ago, universities were viewed as the ivory towers of canonical knowledge. And education was very elitist. Only less than 1% managed to attend universities in the Caribbean. And that comprised the richest and or the brightest. Of course, those times have changed. And thank God, because if that were not so, you and I would not be here today. In many of those universities, British and American, you had to prove through the university that you deserve to be there. And then you had to prove that you were worthy of being called a graduate of that institution. Not so with USC. But I grew up in that time. And at the tender age of 6 years old, I told my mom that I wanted to be a teacher. And she said, oh, yes? Okay. And so that was my goal. I was set for life. I had a plan from 6 years old. I had come from a long line of teachers and principals and a few doctors in the family. And so I was essentially following their footsteps. I never thought about attending a university then because, quite frankly, No one in my family did. I can't recall seeing any members within my immediate community attending a university. That idea came a long time after, when I was in high school and I met one of my teachers who was attending university. That seed was planted. But after I finished high school, I moved on to the world of work, and I didn't think of it again. I got married, started a family, and then one day, while I was teaching, the thought came to me, this is not where you should be. This is not all you can do. You need to go to university. The thought came to me, it stuck in my head, and I decided I'm going to go get a form. I went, I got the form, I completed the application, and I had the vision within my sight. I was going to university. When I told my mom, she said, girl, we have to fast and pray. And that we did. We fasted and we prayed. We held the application and we prayed on it. Because remember what I said, in that time, less than 1% attended university. And we didn't take the chance of mailing the application. We went to the university and we dropped it in ourselves. We had to be sure. A few months later, I got the offer letter in the mail telling me that I had earned a place to study for my bachelor's in communication studies. Oh my goodness, I was beyond the moon. I was so excited. I could not believe. And I went up to the university campus and I walked, among my peers there, and I went through the hallowed halls, and I thought to myself, all these important people have trudged through here. All the leaders within our society in the Caribbean and globally. I thought of all the professors and all the doctors, and I felt like I had arrived. And it was a wonderful moment. It was a sense of accomplishment. Because going to university is a big deal. Of course, I can cut the story short to tell you I attended and I never stopped. University education transformed my life and the life of my entire family. I hope that you feel excited today. Because of COVID, you cannot trudge the walls, the hallowed halls of our campus today, but you soon will. By the grace of God, you'll be able to do so next, let's say, January. I hope. But the point is, even though you're home, you're there with your family, basking in this experience of accomplishment, I hope it registers to you that this is a big deal. This is no ordinary feat. Now you will comprise the 3%. Yes, it's just about 3% of our people who attend tertiary education, higher education institutions. And so I want to congratulate you. I want to let you know that you are not here by accident. You're not here by chance. This is all part of God's master plan. And the fact that you have been accepted, it means that you are on track to fulfill God's plan for your life. In the book of Jeremiah 29:11, the word of God says, behold, I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a future and a hope. And you have to understand that when you walk and you stand on the promises of God, He leads you, and there is nothing that can prevent you from achieving your goals. Do you realize seriously that God has plans for each and every one of us? He does. Yes, He does. Yeah, I'm talking to you and you and you. God has plans for each and every one of us. In Luke 12:7, it says that even our very hairs, even the very hairs on our head are numbered, so that we shouldn't be afraid, because we are worth more than sparrows. Can you imagine that? Can you grasp that? Of course, you know, there are times that we disobey and we go on our own path. We veer off from our destiny. And there are times He'll have to reroute us. He brings us back. But the point is, He has a plan for our lives. Now, the fact that you are here, I want to submit to you today that that was part of God's plan. And in spite of how uncertain it appears now with COVID, trust Him and He will see you through. He has brought you to it, and He will make a way, whether financially or otherwise, to take you through it. USC is a very special place, and I'm delighted to lead the academics at USC, where we have 5 schools: social sciences, education and humanities, theology, business, and science and technology. You heard earlier from some of our graduates, and they're all over the world. They're accomplished, they do well, and everyone speaks highly about them because of the fact that they have been a part of this noble institution. We have a cadre of faculty that you would not have experienced anywhere else. It doesn't matter where you study, you would not have experienced them anywhere else. We teach from a philosophy of love. Our philosophy of education is undergirded by love. And so they support you on your journey. They take time with you to help you to learn and to grow, to progress, and to complete your program of study successfully. And this is one of the things that makes us different. We are different, but we're proud to be different. We are different because we're a Christian institution. We're a Seventh-day Adventist institution. We provide a values-based, holistic education. What I mean about that, what I mean is that there is an integration of faith and learning in everything that we do, in all of our courses. And in addition to that, there is chapel. So it isn't that you embark on this journey alone. Oh no. You are blessed from the moment you enter, because you have the conviction, unlike students wherever else, you have the knowledge and the conviction of the promises of God, where God says that I can do all things. That applies to you. I can do all things through Christ who sustains me. And so you attend chapel. And you know what? This semester, you will be doing chapel online. Chapel is an important aspect of our journey here at USC. It gives you a chance to commune with God Whether you knew him or not before coming here is not important. The point is you're going to meet him here. And it's important that you meet him in these times. These are challenging times. And so that is another special aspect of our product. But the other thing is the support that we provide. Remember early on, I talked about those ivory tower universities, those cannons of knowledge, and you had to prove yourself. Not at USC. At USC, we provide you with the support. Yes, academic support. You get support through the Student Advisement and Success Center. You have personalized advisors who will be there to guide you, to help you along your way. So apart from the advisors in the school, whichever school you're affiliated to, you have personal advisors in the advisement center. You also have a center for teaching excellence and distance education, which provides you online support. And that is critical now because you're going to be studying virtually, at least for this semester. We trust by the grace of God you can come out in January. But if not, then it means you'll be able to be supported for yet another semester. We're playing it now by ear. In addition to that, there is a registrar's office, and there you have counselors who will be able to guide you. They'll work with you on your check sheet. They'll be able to help you to stay on track. And then last but not least, there's my office. We have the help desk at the Office of Academic Administration. And these are the facets of the special product and the special experience that you have when you attend USC. The whole point is that you are important to us. We see you as another candidate for God's kingdom. And you know, Ellen G. White said in her book, Through Education, that education is the harmonious development of the spiritual, the physical, and the mental. That's important. I'll say it again in case you missed it. The spiritual, the physical, the mental. What it means is the development of the head, the heart, and the hand. So that you're not just coming to cram and go through the door with a certificate. If your sole intention is to get a certificate, then you are about to be blown away. Because what we offer is a holistic experience. You would have heard from some of the previous presenters about the fact that they were able to become entrepreneurs. Quite a number of our students become entrepreneurs, regardless of whether they did science or business or education, or it's something that they go into because there are several opportunities for leadership. There are several opportunities where you can create, you can design. And that is why I said at the beginning, USC is the place where you can be all that you can be. Saint-Pierre Mendy says that the greatest waste in the world is the difference between what we are and what we could be. What we are and what we could be. Do you know what you can be? Have you a vision of what is possible? Let us aspire to be all that we can be according to God's gift. In this age of information overload, in this age of corruption and deceit and Everything that is bad that you can think about. We hear a lot of the employers talking about having leaders with a moral compass, having leadership that has a moral base or moral leadership. But the reality is that the universities don't prepare that candidate, except for USC. We do. We do. From the first year, you're going to learn about ethics. You're going to do philosophy of education. You're going to learn about God and human life. And even as you do science and you do math, you do calculus, you do history, you do sociology, you're going to learn about the source of all knowledge. And the source of all knowledge is God. So, my dear, today I'm excited for you. I can't see you, but you have the advantage that you can see me. I want to welcome you to the beginning of an exciting experience. This experience is going to be whatever you make of it. Your growth and development will be determined by how well you can understand and overcome the challenges along the way, and recognize how essentially those challenges and struggles will serve to strengthen and prepare you for the role that God has for you. One of the most influential thinkers of the Enlightenment, a man that you will have a chance to meet through his work, John Locke, he said that this is that which I think great readers are apt to be mistaken in. Those who have read of everything are thought to understand everything too. But it is not always so. Reading furnishes the mind only with materials of knowledge. It is the thinking that makes what we read ours. So it's not about reading. It's not about cramming. It's not about reading for a degree. It's about internalizing and applying and then making it our own. And so as you embark on this journey today, open your hearts, open your minds, purpose in your heart to make the best use of every opportunity. Let USC be the launching pad for your career. And as you journey on, think critically. Let your creative juices flow. Utilize your God-given talent. Design a plan for your future and fulfill your destiny. Be the best that you can be at USC. Blessings. And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Welcome to the University of the Southern Caribbean. I welcome you to this university, whether you'll be starting with us at our main campus in Maracas, our South Campus in San Fernando, our Tobago campus in Tobago, our Antigua campus in St. John's, Antigua, or Bridgetown, Barbados for those from Barbados, or Castries, St. Lucia for those from St. Lucia, or Georgetown, Guyana for those in Guyana. I welcome you to this campus and to the university community. Our business is about students, and that's why this incoming class is so important to us. We're not simply here to ensure that you come through our gates or access our classes online, but we want to make you succeed. Succeed in terms of achieving that life goal, that goal of getting and crossing the stage with your diploma. To this end, from the Division of Student Services and Enrollment Management, that encompasses the full gamut of student support services from the able to the disabled, that encompasses the full gamut of student activities, whether in person or virtual, We take care of your security, your mental health needs, your health needs. We ensure that once we recruit you, we work with you to ensure that you are successful. I want to say to you that the university life is an exciting life, one that you will form lasting friendships and build useful networks. Do your best once you are with us, and thanks for making the University of the Southern Caribbean your choice. You chose it because there is something special about us. Tell someone else that we are a people and a university who care about our students. We love you, we care for you, you will succeed.
3, 2.
What are we doing? Over the past 4 years, I have studied, researched, and interned for topics like criminal law, policing and national security, offender profiling, and political and white-collar crimes, just to name a few. The instructions and hands-on experience that I have received here at USC has greatly influenced and inspired me to become an international relations officer. My journey to excellence isn't over, but it definitely began here at USC. My name is Shinwe Augustus. I am St. Lucian by birth and Vincentian by growth, and I am a proud member of the Criminology and Criminal Justice class of 2019.
This morning we have prepared for you, and you will hear from some faculty as well this morning. You're going to hear from Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, and she's also attached to the School of Education and Humanities. She's a lecturer in the history department, and she will share with us today some tips on transitioning to university life. That's very important. Many of us are transitioning directly out of secondary school. Some of us, although we are adult learners, we are transitioning to university life for the first time. And so this presentation will be of extreme value to you so that you can be part of this.
So welcome everyone. I'm happy to share this presentation and transition into university life with you. And let's get started. Okay, just now, give me a second. We're going to look at four areas, sorry. Why am I at university? Some self-management skills, and your involvement in co-curricular activities, and finally, what it means to have a balanced life. And so as I go along, there are some things that I will ask you to share as I do the presentation. So because of how I have the presentation set up, I will not necessarily be able to see the chat. And so Dwight, I don't know if you're allowing people to unmute themselves to respond. Are you all allowing that?
Yes, once they raise their hands, you allow them to speak.
Okay, great. So I'll ask you to help me with this because I won't be able to see, right? Right now, I just have the screen on where I can see my presentation clearly. And so the first question I have, if everyone could take a minute and think about it, is why am I at university? Okay. And so I just want maybe about 3 of you to respond. So Dwight will see the hands that are up. Okay, so I'm seeing Fatima, Valerie. So Fatima, I'd love to hear, why are you at university? Is Fatima able to respond, to share why she's at university?
Hello?
Hi, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yes, miss. Well, miss, for me, university is a stepping stone in order for me to get to places where I want to be.
Okay, so you're seeing it as a stepping stone to get to places where you want to be. Good. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? Why are you at university? And this is a really important question. Would one more person like to share why you're at university? Okay, so I'm seeing two other persons with their hands raised. So your mic will be unmuted so you can share.
I'm at university because I want to provide a better life for my children.
Oh, very good. You'd like to provide a better life for your children. And so that would also encompass being able to provide for them better economically, right? I saw someone else had their hand raised.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Go ahead.
No, you were saying that I want to provide a better life for them economically, so I was saying yes to
Yes,
that.
correct. That's part of it. Yes, yes. Anyone else? Why are you at university? So I'm seeing Holly-Ann Raymond has her hand raised. So Holly-Ann, I'd love to hear your response. Why are you at university?
That was me just now saying I wanted to provide a better life for my boys.
Okay. Sorry. So I guess it was Holly-Ann and Fatima. I see.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I would like to get a better education so I can help society.
Oh, that's wonderful. And what's your name?
My name is Leela.
Leela.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for sharing. So you would like to have a good education so you can have a better, well, to help people in society.
Yes.
And so for everyone, I would like you to think about why are you at university? Because I will not begin the presentation by telling you university is easy. I can say university is a good experience. Okay, I'm saying Leela. University is a good experience, but it is not an easy experience. It is not an experience that you come and you just have fun or you do nothing and then you end up with a degree. You will get what you work for at university, okay? And so knowing, I'm saying, is it Reese? Reese, would you like to share why you're at university?
Hi.
Hi, Reese.
To attain a higher level of education to fulfill my purpose.
To attain a higher level of education to fulfill your purpose. Very good. And so what I'm saying is knowing why you're at university is very important because it is what will keep you at university. Having a goal, knowing why you're here, will help you during those times that are difficult. Okay, so here are some of the reasons to achieve career and financial goals. For some, it's to pursue knowledge, to grow in learning. For some, it's to meet new people and to have experiences. One of the areas I would like to challenge you in, and I think you're on the right track thinking about it, because if you want to achieve your purpose and if you want to help people, that is in addition to career and financial goals. So we have this gentleman here. And so I would like to suggest to you another reason that you should think about for being at university is to be a change agent. So by raise of hand, I'm sure many of you would know this person here, right? Yes, everybody saying yes. So this is Mahatma Gandhi, right? Not a celebrity type looking person, not very fancy. He's not wearing any Prada or Gucci or Coach or Ralph Lauren. But Mahatma Gandhi impacted the world. And he said, "My life is my message." And he also gave us that quote, "Be the change you want to see." And so Mahatma Gandhi, by his life and by his words, by his actions, he challenged us to be change agents. And so I would like to share with you that you should also consider, aside from finance, your personal goals for being at university, that at the University of the Southern Caribbean, one of the things we would like for you to do is to become a change agent in your society. How many of you all know this particular young lady? Does she look familiar to you? Good, I'm seeing the hands going up. Right, this is Malala Yousafzai. Very young lady still. Malala is just barely 23, 24 now. And when she was a teen, she took a bullet to the head because she felt as though education for young women in her part of Pakistan was important. And there were people who did not like that. And Malala's dad, who was also an educator, because she went to the school that he taught at, he encouraged her as a young lady to continue her education. And Malala did so defying the Taliban. And there were times when Malala had to sneak to school. Girls like her had to sneak to school. And eventually female education was banned and Malala still attempted to go to school. And she was shot. And she survived. And she continued to speak out even more about the importance of education and the importance of young people, especially young women, being educated and being able to fulfill their purposes, being able to change their societies. And so one of the things I want you to consider as well is that do not take this for granted. The opportunity that you have to go to university, none of you all have been shot while trying to pursue an education. In fact, it's the opposite. We are encouraged to be educated. And we have a government who has attempted to give us some kind of help while we're being educated, financial help. So take advantage of this. We have another gentleman, another change agent, right? And I'm sure we know this one as well. Yes. I'm seeing all the hands going up, right? Would anybody want to say his name? Who is this person? I don't know if Dwight is able to unmute one person to say, one student to say this gentleman's name.
This is Mr. Nelson Mandela.
Good, correct. This is Mr. Nelson Mandela. I'm going to give you two more faces. Let me see if anyone else can say, who is this person? Anyone? I'm seeing hands going up again, so I know we recognize this person. Right, this is the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Williams. The picture on my left, your right probably, would be young Eric Williams when he first started university at Oxford to study history. Like myself, he was a trained historian, like Mr. Seeley. Well, Mr. Seeley straddles between education and history. But he was a trained historian. And this is Eric Williams in his role as Prime Minister, the older Eric Williams. And Eric Williams played a very important part in developing education in Trinidad and Tobago and encouraging a measure of Caribbean unity and solidarity. And so out of Eric Williams would come the University of the West Indies, which is where I went. I went to the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. And Eric Williams felt as though it was so important for young Caribbean people to be educated in the Caribbean. And at the University of the Southern Caribbean, you also have the opportunity to have the advantage of a Caribbean education where you are able to understand the processes that went into creating the Caribbean, to understand yourself as a Caribbean person and to locate yourself in the world in terms of how you can impact your society and how you can interact with the region and the wider world. And that is really important. Because for Eric Williams, he went to Oxford. And at Oxford, in the 1920s, he heard very little about the Caribbean. And what he heard about the Caribbean was not positive, okay? Because at the time we were still a colony, and so England, the metropole, what you call the metropolitan nation, was seen as the great nation, the center, whereas the colonies were seen as the outside, the peripheries, underdeveloped, right? And so Eric Williams felt as though it was important for the esteem of the Caribbean person that education is developed, particularly tertiary education. So you have a great and tremendous opportunity to be able to stay in the Caribbean and study and not have to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars to go abroad, unless you have to, right? Let's see these two faces. These two faces may be a little unfamiliar, but if you know your country, if you know Trinidad and Tobago, you may be able to recognize these faces. So let's see if anyone recognizes these faces as we continue with change agents, both educated persons. Anyone wants to share? Who's the male and who's the female? Ooh, I'm not seeing any hands. Anybody? Anyone wants to venture? No? Okay, so I'll share. The gentleman is Adrian Cola Rienzi, and the lady is Audrey Jeffers. Okay, I don't know if those names sound familiar to you. Then, if the names sound familiar to you, you can raise your hand. Adrian Cola Rienzi and Audrey Jeffers. Okay, good. So I'm seeing hands raising, right? So Adrian Cola Rienzi played a very important part with Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler during the 1930s labor riots to work towards better conditions for people of the working classes, African and Indian descent in Trinidad and Tobago. He was a lawyer. He also studied in England, and he played a really important role in sort of solidifying what the labor riots tried to accomplish, which was to get better compensation, better working hours, to have trade unions properly legalized, so that the workers could be represented because they were greatly exploited. And so many of the benefits that workers have now would have come out of the work that Adrian Cola Rienzi, so we even have the COLA, right, which is part of your package, your salary package, the cost of living allowance, right? So it was named after him. His real name was Krishna Devnarayan, but he changed his name afterwards. And so Adrian Cola Rienzi was a very important person in Trinidad and Tobago. Audrey Jeffers, very important woman in Trinidad and Tobago. She was one of the first women who pioneered the school feeding program because she realized that for many children to be able to attend school and to be educated, especially from the poorer classes, they needed food because many of them were hungry. And because they were hungry, they could not study. And so having a school feeding program was able to keep children in school, but also to keep them well nourished. And so change agents, we have to also be aware of the change agents in our region and in our society. I see Michelle's hand is raised. I don't know if Michelle has a question or if Michelle was just responding. Michelle, do you have a question? No? Okay. And so I showed you those pictures of those change agents from different parts of the world. Malala from Pakistan, Nelson Mandela from South Africa, then Dr. Eric Williams, Adrian Cola Rienzi, and Audrey Jeffers from Trinidad and Tobago, to show you that aside from just acquiring knowledge, aside from just trying to get a job and to better yourself, a university education is a tool. And you should use it as a tool to also see how you can contribute positively to your society, not just for your generation, but for generations to come, and to understand that. So then let's understand the University of the Southern Caribbean. You are transitioning to the University of the Southern Caribbean, and the University of the Southern Caribbean stands for certain goals. Our mission at the university is that we seek to transform ordinary people into extraordinary servants of God to humanity through a holistic tertiary education experience. So you will see that an important part of what we do is taking normal, ordinary people like myself, like you, and going through a process where we understand what it means to fulfill our purpose, which was said before. And to have a holistic, for that to happen, you have to have a holistic experience. The emphasis cannot just be on the academic. And so our vision then, as a Seventh-day Adventist university, is to fully reflect the character of God through developing you spiritually, intellectually, physically, socially, and culturally. And so this type of education focuses on the development of the entire person. It's called whole being education, holistic education. Also understand then that even though our degree is focused on, or the degrees that you'll be doing is also focused on your majors. So if you're doing business or history or language or psychology, you have your majors, but you will also find that your degree will be life-changing and service-oriented. So again, I want you to understand the university you are transitioning to. As a student, you have joined a university that is holistic. So take every single opportunity that the campus has to offer and allow your lives and your perspectives to be changed so that you can be the change agent that God has created you to be. So continuing where transitioning to university life is concerned, this is critical for success and encompasses many areas. It is a change from secondary school to university for some of you. For others, it is a change from the world of work to the world of university, or you may have to balance both. And so what does that transition mean, right? That transition will mean that you have to develop in character. It means you will have to learn to manage yourselves. It means that if you do not have the best study skills, you will have to develop study skills. And I'm hoping, you know, if you have a camera, you can take a couple of pictures, or I can make the presentation available, or you can take some notes, quick notes as we're going along, because as you hit the ground with your courses, you will start realizing that some of these points I'm giving you are extremely important. So let's do some more interaction. I want you to take a minute and think about yourself, and I want you to be able to share. I want you to think about what are one or two of your strengths and what are one or two of your weaknesses. And we want to share. And why is this important? It is important because at university, when you're transitioning to university, if there were things that you would have gotten away with before, your 4 years of university would show up those things, okay? It will show up your character strengths, but it will also show up your character flaws or weaknesses. And so it is important for you to become what is called someone who reflects on himself or herself, a reflective person, okay? And a reflective person is someone who's able to look at themselves honestly and think about themselves, think about their behavior, their responses, their strengths and their weaknesses, and then put things into place to help better their response to certain situations, okay? So 1 minute to think about what are some of my strengths and what are some of my weaknesses, and then we'll share a little bit. If you're finished thinking, you can raise your hands, and so I will see you raising your hands, and then we'll ask our host to unmute so I can hear what some of you have to share. And I'll share a couple of mine as well, because I clearly remember my university days as an undergraduate student, as a master's student, and then as a PhD student. And each process was different. Okay, so I'm seeing Fatima's hand is raised. Fatima, tell me one strength and one weakness. So I'll ask each person who has their hands raised, one strength.
One of my strengths are being very verbal, but at the same time, my weakness is being able to transition that to paper.
Ah, okay. So one strength is that you're able to express yourself verbally well.
Yes.
But a challenge is that you're not always able to get that same kind of accuracy down in terms of your written expression.
Yes.
Good. And so that's good that you know that, because at university, you know that that will be tested. And so one of the things you can do, whatever opportunities we have available to strengthen your writing, take those, okay? So for instance, there are academic writing classes that everyone must do. So you will pay utmost attention in those classes to strengthen your weakness, right? And sometimes we have additional tutoring. My school offers additional tutoring opportunities for students who want to grow in their academic writing. So very good. Thanks for sharing, Fatima. I saw some other hands up. So let me hear some other strengths and weaknesses.
Hi, good morning. I
Hi.
would say one of my strengths are being able to follow deadlines and be able to meet deadlines. And I would say that one of my weaknesses would be procrastination.
Good. So one of your strengths is the ability to meet deadlines, which is an important strength when you're at university, because you will have deadlines to meet as you do your various courses, and you will have many different deadlines to juggle, right, as you transition to this phase. And one of your weaknesses is procrastination, and that's good because that weakness, if not managed well, has the ability to cancel out your strength, right? Because the more we procrastinate and we don't do what we can do now and we put it off for later, it does have the ability to shake us being able to meet those deadlines. So thank you very much for sharing. Are you from Barbados?
Yes, please.
Okay, great, yes. Recognize the accent. Okay, let me hear someone else. Strengths and weaknesses, one of each. Because I know I saw a couple more hands. So would anyone else like to share? I'd love to hear about 2 more people.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So one of my strengths is that I can organize well and I can get things done on time. But then the other thing is my weakness, I am not consistent.
Yes, good. Thanks for sharing that. So organization will serve you very well in university. But consistency definitely is something that needs to be worked on. Yes, because to become really good at something, you have to be consistent. You can't start and fall off the bandwagon. And so for university, your degree will require of you consistency or being consistent for the next 4 years, right? And so very good. Thanks for sharing. May I have one more person? I'm seeing Colleen.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So,
Good morning.
one of my strengths is that I can adapt very well to any environment I'm placed in. But my greatest weakness is that, like my friend from Barbados, I love to procrastinate.
Thanks for sharing, Colleen. Your strength is really important. Being able to adapt, that flexibility, right? And yes, procrastination is indeed a challenge. And so even for me, I'm very well organized, but sometimes I can be inflexible. And to be able to do well, you need to have that level of flexibility. So when things may not go your way, you're able to adapt quickly. And so that is one thing I'm learning. If this doesn't happen, then I could probably do this instead. It doesn't have to be done my way. It doesn't have to be done this way. Once it can be done well, done to the best of my ability, even if I may not have all the things that I need, I'm going to put my best foot forward and I'm going to do my work or whatever I'm doing or my service to the best of my ability and trust that what I give to God, He can make it so much better than I would have imagined. And so one of the things I would want you to think about would be, even as we think about our strengths and our weaknesses and being at university, that we commit our character development into God's hands, because He who has started a great work in all of our lives, He is able to complete that work until the coming of Jesus Christ. And so our character development is not just something that will happen at university. It is something that happens throughout our lives, but university is a wonderful testing ground to help us build our strengths and to help us to zone in on and work on our weaknesses. So here are some areas that I would like you to consider. So again, you can take some footnotes. I just put it short, so it's not long, very long, and you can see it. Self-control and resilience, really important when you're in university. In university, we need to have discipline and perseverance. So when we think about consistency, we need to be consistent. Does it mean we'll be perfect? No. But it does mean if we fall down, if we make a mistake, if we procrastinate this term and we get a B when we could have gotten an A, we will pick ourselves up, look at that area, and put things in place to help us do better the next time. Planning and prioritization. Having a map, a roadmap to reach a goal. So all of you want to graduate from university. It means you need to have a plan. You won't just graduate, okay? You need to prioritize what is important. Task initiation. See, task initiation, meaning you begin your projects without undue procrastination, is the antidote to procrastination. So when you get your course as first year students, your course outlines will share with you what is expected of you by your lecturer. Most of you will do 4 to 5 courses, 12 to 15 credits. You look at your courses and you see what is expected of you and you begin to plan. How am I going to do this? What time can I block off to study so that I can stay on task? When are my essays due? I want to stay consistent. I want to not every semester I have to be the one to ask Miss, could I get a week extra? Miss, can I get 2 days extra? Right? I don't want to be that person. I want to be the person who begins my projects without waiting too long, having a plan and then being able to follow through. Also consider the following. You do not just want to complete your degree, but you want to complete it with excellence. You don't just want to pass. You don't want to spend the 4 years at university just to pass. You want to complete what you're doing as best as you can. Some of you are able to graduate with summa cum laude, with first class honors. Some of you are able to graduate with magna cum laude. Some of you will get cum laude. Some of you, because of the struggles of life, you will need to make it to the end. But what is important is that each individual, male and female, you focus on what is your best. I see, is it Hemra? Hemra Bethel, that's a hand up. Hemra, what would you like to see?
Hi, Miss. Good morning. I was taking a little note from before, but the internet gave a little trouble, so I didn't get the 3 points that I had before. I just wanted to know if I could have get it back to you.
You want me to go back?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Self-control and resilience.
Yeah.
Planning, prioritization, and task initiation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Jay. So here are 3 other important aspects of character development. Organization, which will go with the others from the previous page. Trying to create and maintain a system to keep your information on track, okay? So this is now literal organization. How you organize, say, the notes that you would take, how you organize your study material, how you organize your reading to keep you from losing things, okay? When you have to do four courses and you have to do readings for all and assignments for all, it is important that even if it's simply in terms of how you organize your files on your phone or your computer, make sure you have specific repositories for each course, for your assignment, so you can keep track of things, right? So if you're reading for an essay, you're taking notes. If it's a notebook, have your notebook. If it's on your laptop, have it and back it up so that you do not lose information, right? And because we're using the internet so much now, and in some areas, the internet is not always as strong, sometimes we even have challenges with electricity, please ensure that you back up your information so it's not lost. Time management. Knowing how much time you have and how to use your time is very important. We'll do a little exercise on that next. And metacognition. Metacognition is the ability to observe and evaluate yourself honestly. You need to be able to think about yourself and your performance, and have regular meetings with yourself. Okay? And you can even ask your lecturers for feedback. Observe how you respond. Because this is orientation, so you're new students. Observe how you respond. When you get your first assignment, did you think it was too difficult? Were you able to understand it? How did you perform? Did you perform better than you thought? Did you not perform? Or you thought you could have done better? You think about it, and you can get feedback from your lecturers, because as Mr. Seeley rightly said, we are here to assist you and to help you. So evaluate yourself honestly, right? Honestly also means sometimes we unfortunately may have delusions of grandeur about ourselves, okay? We may think we can do so much more when we really are not at a particular level, and we have to work towards that. Or we may be the opposite. We don't think as well of ourselves as we should, and so we keep ourselves back, So an important part of character development is how you see yourself and how you value yourself. So think about yourself, Evaluate yourself honestly, and we are here to help you. So self-management. We have this gentleman here and he's juggling many things, and I'm sure these things look familiar to you, right? Some of them I do not know at all. Some of them I'm very familiar with. Pinterest, Twitter, camera, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and some other things, right? TV and some other things. Or that may not be TV. It may be, I don't know. But all of these are different types of social media, okay? And a very important part of being successful now, for particularly the younger generation, would be juggling media, right? And managing yourself where that is concerned. Because media is now a part of your reality in ways that it was not a part of my reality. When I was in university, not so very long ago, we didn't have cell phones, okay? We had computers, we had laptops. But in my undergrad, at my undergrad level, we did not have cell phones. And so we did not have any of these things here because we didn't even have cell phones. I got my first cell phone when I started working. I think that would have been somewhere in 1999, right? 1999. Some of you are probably not even born yet. So I would not have had these challenges, but these are very real part of your existence now, how to juggle your social media. And so time management skills are of the essence, okay? It is important to have a schedule. And a schedule does not have to be something that is very rigid in terms of you have to timetable every hour of your day, even though in the beginning I did that to just be able to manage myself. But you have to know yourself. Sometimes we need to be a little more rigid with ourselves. Sometimes we can be a bit more flexible. And so you have a rhythm. You know that there's certain things that you must do and you have time to do that. So you have assignments. So when you get your course outline, you look to see when your assignments due, you timetable in your assignments immediately. And so you're able to say, okay, I have 2 essays due on the same day. And then you know how you work. So you can't work on one essay and submit it on time, and then the night before you're scrambling to do the other essay. So you're able to timetable in your exams, your assignments, study time, and time for relaxation and rest. And so if you are able to use your timetable, you will also find that it helps you to manage your stress. A very important tip would be to ensure that you go to all of your classes and get the most out of them. Do not stay away from your classes, skip classes, and then ask a friend for notes or try to get a recording. It actually takes more time to do that, to get notes. Go to the classes, get the information yourself, because your brain will process the information in a particular kind of way that you can understand, okay? Pay attention, first-time, first-year students. Pay attention to your course outline that the lecturers will give you at the beginning of the semester. I cannot stress that too much. Pay attention to it, read it. Understand what is the purpose of your course, understand what the lecturers, what are the learning outcomes, what they expect of you, and the assignments that will test this, the grading scheme. It is very important for you to understand your course outlines. Self-management skills. Being able to say no, 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 no to circumstances that will cause you to miss your classes, your deadlines, your projects. And this is linked to controlling your distractions. You have to know what your distractions are, okay? So I will share some distractions. Technology, as we said, technology can be a great distraction. Social media linked to technology can be a great distraction. Friends can be a distraction if we allow them to. Opposite sex relationships can also be a distraction. Many come to university and they find love and marriage, which is great, right? But I would like to suggest, especially for those of you who are not at marriageable age, so if you are 17, 18, 19, even 20, and you know you're not yet ready for marriage, as much as lieth in your power, please manage your relationships responsibly, because they will be a distraction to you. You may be too excited and too in love to study, or you may find yourself in the midst of a challenging breakup where you're too depressed to study. Neither are good. And so again, as I said, you want to give this period of your life, it's for your degree. And so you want to focus on that as a priority. Prioritize your degree. And the things that may cause you to be distracted, to not do as well in that degree as you can, please manage those things wisely. And also, finally, where management skills are concerned, self-care. Eat well, rest, and exercise. If you do not take care of yourselves, you will find yourself burning out and becoming disgruntled as the 4 years pass. So ensure that you care for yourself. So let's take a 5 minutes to do this exercise, because I think I may have maybe about 10 or so more minutes, right? So let's do this particular exercise. So we're going to think about and share. And each person doesn't have to share on all, but I will ask some of you to share on one. How many hours a day do you spend on social media? How many hours a day do you spend exercising? How many hours do you spend in prayer and meditation? I should have said how much time, right? Because I mean, some things you will spend less time than others. How many hours do you spend resting and sleeping or sleeping? How many hours do you spend with family members? Okay, so you can share how much time you think you spend on social media in a day. How much time do you think you spend exercising? Or are there days going by and you don't have time to exercise? Are there days going by and you don't have time to pray or to meditate or to be still? Do you rest well? Yes, Antonia, what would you like to share with me? And I'm seeing Jill as well. So let me hear Antonia. Good morning.
I maybe spend half of the day on social media. I do really
half the day on, and you do really exercise. Thank you for honesty, Antonia. What else?
I just only pray in the morning and in the night. And not really pray during
you pray in the morning and the night. You don't really pray during the day. Okay. What about you, JL? Thanks for sharing, Antonia.
Hello.
Hi.
Shame to say this, miss, but okay. According to my phone, my average screen time is 10 hours. The most
10 hours.
Yeah. That's just for this week. The most used app is Instagram, and sometimes I go up to 14 hours.
On Instagram a day?
No, it's spread out. Okay. Productivity 9 hours to 6. And while I pray 5 times a day, I'm Muslim. Sleeping, something I have to work on. Not proper at all. And well, family members, a usual amount of time, I guess, appropriate.
A usual amount of time. Okay. And I mean, the time with family members, we have to think about it, because we could be around our family members, but we're not really spending time with them, you know? So you're passing your sister or your brother, you're seeing them, you know, you might watch TV with them, you all might be sitting down together on the couch on your own social media. You know, your mom might be busy, your dad might be busy. So you all are around each other, but you're not really spending time. You're not talking, you're not sharing anything, right? It's not quality. So that's what I mean. Family member time, quality time. Yes, let me hear some other people. Thanks for sharing. So let's have someone else unmuted. Go ahead.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm not exactly sure how much hours I spend on social media, but I'd say that I spend a lot. I spend a lot of time on social media. Yeah, whether it be to text friends or look at memes or something.
So you have some product time in there because you look at news as well on your social media.
Yeah. I don't spend much time exercising, even though I'd like to, because I have a serious procrastination problem. So I procrastinate just about anything.
Everything.
Yeah, anything and everything. I could end up procrastinating. I spend a lot of time praying. Anytime something comes to mind, every meal that I eat for the day, every time that I leave in the house, I pray a lot.
Okay, good. That's good.
I have to work on how much hours I resting and sleeping for because since exams done and everything, my whole sleeping pattern just completely off. So it's whenever I decide to go in my bed, I go in my bed, and then I don't spend much time with my family, which I could see as a bad thing, but I would spend more time with my mom than anybody else because that is the only person that I really capable
Close
of,
to.
yeah, capable of opening up to easily and talking my business and whatever.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. Can I hear a couple more people? So
Hi,
what you all can do, share on all, but share maybe like, the first three. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
For the first question, where you said how much hours you spend on social media, I spend like half the day on social media, and I know it's not a good thing, but this is just the generation and the time we're living now. It's more online.
Yes.
And question number two, how many hours I spend exercising? Well, I'm always outside in the garden, even with my phone. And that's something my family always does. We go outside, we go for walk. So I don't know if that considered as exercising, going for walk, even though it's not
Is
good.
movement, yes. Going for walk to be considered exercise, yes. Purposeful movement like that. Even
Yeah. Number three, I pray in the morning and the night before a meal. And even like in a vehicle for safe passage to wherever I go. And I would like to spend more time on praying and meditating, but get caught up in social media. On resting and sleeping, I only sleep like for 3 to 4 hours. That's it. Yeah, I don't get much sleep. I have trouble sleeping actually.
You have trouble sleeping. Okay.
Yeah. And for number five, I intend to spend a lot of time with my family now after my little sister passed away. Realize that family time is everything now because she was only 13 when she passed away, and it was just out of the blue. So I spend, if not on social media, I am with my family.
With your family. Thank you very much
Yeah.
for sharing. Let me get one more person to share.
Hi, Miss.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The first question, how much time I spend on social media? That would be like it is be cut up through the day. Like I'll be on my phone in the morning, throughout the day. Well, I have a baby, so most of my time is spent on my baby, and school. So my preparation for school. So I do be on social media, but it will be like morning, evening, whenever I get time to be on my phone. How many hours a day do you spend exercising? I exercise in the evening when I put my daughter to sleep. I'd be before bed I would exercise. I'll do a lot of workouts and then I'll take a bath. And then how many hours a day? I skip the meditation and pray. Um, I often forget to pray sometimes, but when I do, it's very I end up staying long. I end up, giving God thanks and trying to. I often like apologize for not being able to pray as often as I should. And I pray like as students said earlier, like in the car for safety, and when I'm on work I'd pray. Like when I get free time I'd pray, and like if I remember any day I would say, well, thank you God for life, health and strength. Sometimes it might slip, but I'd still remember to say thank you for waking me up and stuff. And how many hours resting or sleeping? Well, that one is challenging because I do have a baby, and yeah, but I still do get my rest. In the night she sleeps perfectly well, but in the day she does not sleep. How many hours with family members? Well, don't really, I don't live with my family, so, but I do have my family on this side that I do interact with, but not all the time. But there is a lot of interaction and laughter and togetherness at times.
With your family, right? So
Yeah.
I'm hoping I won't be able to hear anymore because I need to move on, but I would like you all to take a picture of this particular one, and I really want you to spend time answering this, right? It's really important. So some quick study skill tips, right? And so in terms of these study skill tips, it is important to have a place where you can study well, where your lighting is good, where it is cool, where you can focus on your work, where there isn't too much distraction, if possible. Right? And of course, that will have to do with your space. Now, usually, pre-COVID, students can go to a library and find a safe and quiet place where they can do their work, right? Now, many persons have to study at home, and home is different for different people according to how much space you have, how many people are in your space. And so one of the things that we want to tell you as new students up front is to try to pay attention about where your space, okay? Try to keep your work organized and try to prepare for your assignments and tests in advance. Don't wait until the last minute, okay? And try as much as possible to develop relationships with your lecturers. Where during class, you can ask questions. If a lecturer wants to know you, do you understand? Do you have a question? Don't be afraid. Now that especially as we're doing this media, a type of type of technology mediated education, you can type a question. You may not always have to speak if you feel a bit more shy, but you can ask lecturers, right? Be a well-rounded person. Now, these are things that you did this part of transitioning to the university life. You will benefit more as we come back to meeting. But just you being here is part of that experience. You not skipping orientation. You being here to virtually interact with myself, the other lecturers, the other students, to share questions, to listen to ideas. That's important for your well-roundedness. So you're not stuck in a corner somewhere on your phone. And that's really important. So take advantage of that. Join a sport, join a club, join the debating team when it's happening. Some of you can sing, you can play an instrument. In the School of Education Humanities, our music teacher, head of the music department, would probably love to have you, okay? I'm seeing 2 participants, their hands are raised. Would someone like to say something?
Yes, Miss.
Yes.
Miss, seeing that we will be doing school online, right? There are some things that I would like to I didn't hear what say.
For this too, this semester.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at. So that means we will not be able to like join the choir and stuff for this semester and so on.
You may not be able to. That is something you can find out as you go along. You talk to your advisors and different people and what is in place. There's the virtual practices, I don't know. But I'm sure that is something you can find out. At this point in time, I don't know, but I'm sure you can find out.
All right. Okay.
Right? Yeah. So that's great that you already want to join the choir. Right? And so well-roundedness in your, as I would have said before, well-roundedness in what we call co-curricular activities. So find some strength and develop. Or what I would also suggest for my friends and students, my freshers, who want to exercise, but you have not yet been able to start, or you're procrastinating, join a sporting activity, okay, when we start back campus. Or take the initiative to join the gym. You will get excellent things at the gym, right? And some good training. And so in that way, you can have support as you work on exercise, right? Because exercise is one of those important things as you transition to university life, because it helps with your overall well-being, your mental health. Exercise allows your brain to be constantly supplied with oxygen, which helps with optimal mental performance, okay, for your studies. And it helps you to manage stress. So take advantage of those things. Also, you'll find built into our degree program is a sizable selection of what is called general education courses that everyone must do from all disciplines. So whatever your major, You will find yourself doing courses in the arts, whether it be singing, music, right? So choral speaking. You will find yourself doing some bit of science. You will find yourself studying some bit of every year you will do a religious course. You will do some history. You might meet myself or another history lecturer. You will do some academic writing. So for those of you who need to beef up your writing, you will have classes where you're able to focus on your writing and your research skills. You will be able to focus on your health, because we do have a course that everyone has to take that helps with physical fitness. And so you may have to join a gym. You may be jogging around campus with your friends, okay? And you have to record that. And you will have to do some community service, right? There is a course that is specifically catered to helping you come up with a project and work together to serve some aspect of the community. And so you are able to become a well-rounded individual. You have your core that will help you to pursue your career of choice, but these other areas will just enhance who you are while you are in that career. And so as I'm wrapping up, there are those of us who have to juggle many aspects of our lives. We have work, we have family, we have study. So many of you will be transitioning straight out of secondary school into university. And then there are others who are working or who have a family and who will be studying. And this can be a bit of a challenge. And we can all, if I were to compare, you can already see that the young lady who had the baby, her time was organized differently from those of us who may now have come out of exams. And we don't have like a whole lot of commitments. We're not working right now. We don't have any children. And so we're at home. And so in this instance, we are more able to spend 6 hours on social media, as opposed to the young lady who has the baby, who, if she spends 6 hours on social media, her child will be neglected. And so because of that, she has to organize her time differently. Her priorities are different. That baby is now center. So even if she may want to be on social media, she cannot be on social media in a way that will impact her child negatively. And so this is something I want us to think about, okay? In terms of how we organize our time, so we can think about other people around us as well, right? And so even though it may be difficult to tear ourselves away from social media to get some more time to sleep, or to get some time to exercise, or to get some time to pray, I want you to seriously consider that this is also a training ground, particularly my freshers who are transitioning from secondary school into university life. Let this be a training ground for your life to come. Because some of us will go on to, well, all of us will go on to get jobs. Some of us will go on to have families, okay? And so in that case, if we continue to train ourselves to spend so much time on social media, it will impact our ability to juggle work life and family life as well, okay? And so use university as that training ground to help you prioritize how you spend your time. So am I saying don't be on social media? Not at all. I'm on social media. But I have 2 children that I homeschool, a husband, I lecture, and I'm involved in different levels of community service. And so if I get, some days I may get 2 hours on social media. Some days I don't even have time to log on to anything, to Facebook. I may just be on WhatsApp because I need to do some stuff for work. So there are days when I don't get to use social media for entertainment at all, because I need to prioritize, because I know it's also addictive. If I spend half an hour looking at a YouTube video, I might see another YouTube video that I like, and then I go to Facebook and then get involved in some conversations, and then time that I do not have is gone, and then I have to take 2 hours from my sleep time to do what I know I must do, and I'm not able to do that. And so you learn to begin to understand how to prioritize. And things like social media, when you are on it, you don't feel guilty, because you don't feel as though you would have procrastinated or put off assignments and now you're in a jam, okay? There was a time when I went through a detox where I spent, I literally did not go on Facebook or YouTube, because I felt as though I needed to be able to control my time, and I needed not to let social media control my time. And so I severely limited how much time I did this. And at the time, I was busy doing other things as well. So that helped my My regular life had become very busy. And so I allowed myself to become engaged in that and to stay away from social media a bit. And that has really helped me to be able to manage how much time I spend in social media. Yes, Candy, what would you like to ask? Candy, do you have a question? I saw your hand was raised.
Hello? Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, so that was a mistake. Sorry about that for cutting you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, so working, family, and studying, all of the executive skills, they're called executive skills, right? All of these skills I mentioned before in terms of having a plan, prioritizing, being organized, managing your time, having a study timetable, all of those are executive skills or skills you have to develop if you are also working, have a family, or studying. For this particular category of persons, set a schedule. You may need to be a little tighter to set a schedule for the two. You may need to manage your hours differently. So you may need to say, okay, during this time, I get to work. I work from this time to this time. Now, I'm putting myself in this category now. Those of us who are working and have families, who are parents, right? And our children are still at home, we also have to manage work and study. And so for some of you parents, you're home, you have to manage your work, you have to manage your children, helping them at school, mediating with the teachers, and you have to manage your own schoolwork. And so that can become much. And so you will need to be able to keep track of where your hours are. You will need to find time to do some movement, some kind of exercise, and it doesn't have to be much. I tried to see if I could get 10 minutes jumping on the trampoline or 15 minutes on the elliptical machine, just to break a sweat and to get my juices going. I find that takes me a long way because I don't always have a half an hour or an hour to spend on exercise, but I try to make it a priority to move and to get some sweat out. And that really helps, you know, as a working, studying parent. Also have a support system. And this is the time, I mean, even as you're in your virtual classes, try to reach out to people in your class. And so even though you're not meeting physically, try to have a support system. For you students who have families, try to connect with other students in the same position and talk, share tips, share what works, what doesn't work, right? And encourage each other. Set realistic goals for yourself. You may not always be able to achieve straight A's if you are working, you have your family and you're studying. It may not always happen. And do not compromise your health or your family for that. There are times when you will be on the ball and you will do really well. And there are times when you may have a child who is not well. You may have a child who has exams and you may not get all of those A's, even if you're capable of it. Give yourself some grace. Okay, from one parent to the other, give yourself some grace. And always trust that God gives us the strength that we need when we are weak, and He's faithful to help us to complete what we've started. And so I would like to encourage my freshers who may be working or who have a family, who have children, young children, or children doing exams and who are studying. I pray God's grace upon you. I pray that at this time you will understand a little bit more about being able to pray and to meditate and to just remember to ask God for His assistance as you go through this time. So as I conclude, some things to think about. And I want you to think about this. I remember the first time I heard this and it just struck me so much. It has become a really important part of my life. Many have succeeded at academics, but they have failed at life. They are unable to keep the job that they get from their education. They are unable to think independently. They are unable to be successful in their relationships. They are unable to work in a team. These skills are just as important as your academic development. Therefore, having a balanced university experience will help you to have a balanced and successful life. All of those other things that I pointed out to you are important for you to be successful. If you're a business major, success in life will not just be to have a successful business. If you have a successful business and you become that entrepreneur that you always dreamed of, but you got married and you end up becoming divorced, you have a poor relationship with your children if you have children, your employees hate you because you are a taskmaster, you don't understand how to deal with conflict, then you're really not successful. You may be making money, but money is one small marker of success. Okay? Successful relationships, successful in terms of your ability to think and help people and to work with other people, that's where true success lies. And so I would consider at the beginning of your university journey that you reevaluate whatever ideas you have of success for yourself to incorporate other dimensions outside of a successful career and making money. Okay? Finally, University of the Southern Caribbean is the only tertiary level institution in the Caribbean that currently follows the practices of true holistic education. And that is true. Every other tertiary institution focuses primarily on the academic. Is that wrong? No. But I would want you to know, as I said, that does not prepare you for life, because life is just not, real life is not just about academics, okay? Real life is about focusing on those other parts of you. Being academically, of course, and mentally developed, having good relationships, being socially developed, being able to interact well with people who are different from you and having a good sense of culture, especially in diverse islands of the Caribbean. Being physically developed and having good health, not being sick or stressed out, and being able to be connected to your belief system, your value system. That is true development. And at the University of the Southern Caribbean, you are able to access that. And so my advice to you, my dear first year freshers, take advantage of everything that you're offered at USC. Will your journey be bumpless? Will it be smooth? No. I'm sure you'll have many issues and many complaints, but always keep at the forefront of your mind why you are at university and take advantage of every opportunity that comes your way, and you will be able to do well no matter what part of the world you go to. Thank you very much.
The grade.
Grade, yes.
We have Mrs. Carla
Copeland Joseph. Yes.
She's just standing by, waiting to do this presentation for us.
So Carla is one of our instructors here at the School of Social Sciences.
Yes.
Very well known and well loved. You know, I enjoyed her classes when I, did my degree here.
All right.
Yes, and I'm sure what she's going to share with you, you will find very, very valuable.
All right.
Yeah.
So at this moment, we want to present you Mrs. Joseph. She takes you through this session, making the grade. All right, and just as we await Mrs. Joseph, what was your experience like with Mrs. Joseph? I heard from some student that she's
she's a very good lecturer.
A very good lecturer.
I have to tell you, very knowledgeable. In her field, and she knows how to simplify the information so that students can understand, and I quite enjoyed my experience in her classes.
Okay, well, without further ado, we want to go over to Mrs. Joseph.
Thank you so much to Benton and Anne-Marie. I appreciate your kind words so much. And it is definitely so nice to be here with everyone today, just to talk a bit about making the grade, which of course is what everyone wants to do. When they come into university, everyone wants to make the grade. So of course, this is going to be a nice interactive session. So for those of you who are here with me, I hope that you are planning to actively participate, because I want to hear all that you are thinking about and, the different emotions that you may be feeling as well, because this is going to be a very, very fun and interesting experience. Simple things that we need to do just to get to the point of actually making the grade. So I wanted you to first start to share with me through your various chatting platforms, when you heard that phrase, making the grade, what came to your minds? you are free to turn your mics on and share. You can type it in the chat if you wanted to, but what came to your minds? So I'm going to give you like 20 seconds. I don't want you deliberating on it. I don't want you thinking on it too long. Just at first instinct, when you heard making the grade, what came to your mind? I'm seeing you getting instructions that you can raise your hands. If you have anything that you want to share, but I'm hoping that you're thinking about it. Even though you are not sharing with me, I'm hoping that you have thought about it and something has crossed your mind. But for me, yes, I heard a mic open up. You can tell me.
I think making the grade means excellence.
Tell me that one more time. You think making the grade means?
Making the grade means attaining excellence.
Attaining excellence. Awesome. I love that. I love that. Yes. So when you heard making the grade, you thought, you know, making excellence, being at the top of your game, right? Definitely. That is a good thing to come to mind. If I were to confess, that is not what I thought about. Is there anybody else who thought about something else when you heard making the grade?
Hi, good day. I think for me, making the grade is actually passing all my courses.
Good.
Even if I can't reach the A, at least with a C.
Nice.
But I'm not stopping there. But that's what I believe making the grade is.
I love it. I love it. So again, when she heard making the grade, she thought about not necessarily getting an A, but getting to that pass line, if I get you right. So you may not get that A, but you get a C or something that gets you within the realm of passing and being successful. Awesome. Awesome. You guys sound like such good university students, because if I am to truly, truly confess, I did not think about that either when I thought about making the grade. Let me share with you what I thought about when I thought about making the grade. So I asked you already, what comes to mind when you hear that? And what came to my mind when I heard making the grade was this. And I heard someone laugh, and now I feel so hurt because you guys had such awesome, like wonderfully intelligent answers. And you know, I was so impressed by the status of your answers. But when I thought about making the grade, immediately what came to my mind was making the cut. And I was thinking about this show. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that show, Making the Cut, with Heidi Klum and Tim Gunn. So that is the spin-off of an old show that they used to host. And it was basically a show for designers. And we have our very famous local designer who won Project Runway. And, you know, we always would boast about her and that type of thing. And of course, this is what came to my mind, making the cut. And as such, I am going to use this making the cut as my scaffold for what we are going to talk about during this segment, making the grade. So when they were preparing Making the Cut, for any of us who are familiar with this show, as we said, it is a designing show. So it's the same thing basically. Their latest season, they got famous designers already. So they got designers who had their own lines. Some of them had their own companies and all of that already. And they were coming together to continue to try to promote their brand. So when I think about making the cut, the first thing that came to my mind was The Chosen. Because in order to participate in this making the cut, you had to be chosen. So I wanted to start off with Psalm 139, verse 14. It says, I will praise thee, for I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, that my soul knoweth right well. And I wanted to start with this text because I want to let you know that you did not end up in this place by chance. This is not a flukes. You were chosen. And we are all chosen for many different reasons. But one of the things that I want to reiterate at this point, especially coming off of our last election, you know, with the election victory, we had people with opposing views on who should govern and all of that. And we had a great upsurge in, you know, some racial slurs and different things that were said on various platforms. And when I looked at that, and I always tell people, you know, a lot of people looked at me when I was starting university and when I was in high school and all of these things, and they sort of stick you in this mold by the way you look or by the way you act, not knowing what you're really made up of. So for me, I remember everyone would lump me into the category of being African or being Black or whatever as the case may be. And I remember just laughing and saying, I am neither of those, because my father's of African descent, my grandfather is Chinese, with Portuguese heritage as well. My grandmother is our local Carib Indians. So we were mixed, but to me, that never mattered in my household because we were all very, very different. We all looked different. So, and we all acted very different as well. And for me, that was always something that I cherished because I believe that God is a God of variety. Look at the flowers. He did not make one flower. Look at the animals. He did not make one type of animal. So when you look at yourself, don't try to compare yourself with anyone else. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are different for a reason. And as you come into this experience, you should not be coming into this experience trying to blend in or trying to be like anyone else. You should be coming into this experience, bringing all of your you-ness to it. So you were chosen because you were the best, or you may have been chosen because you were the smartest, or because you are an extrovert and you're a good talker and you like having fun, or you may be chosen because you are an academic. You are very good at writing and reading and your social studies and your whatever your specific areas may be, because you know you're very charismatic, because you can command a presence. You may be chosen because you were a fashionista. You look the part. When you get dressed, when you enter a room, eyes gravitate to what you are wearing from the head to the toe, the way that you put things together. Or you may have been chosen because you were an all-rounder. You had all of these great qualities built into a wonderful package. So as you think about yourself, I want you to think about probably what was the reason that you were chosen. So share that with us in the chat. Share whether it's B, if you were the best. Share whether you think you were the smartest, that's why you were chosen. Share with us if you think it's because you're an extrovert. Is it because you know how to talk and how to interact and that type of thing? Share with us if you think you are A, that you are academic, you're good at this thing, it comes naturally to you. Or is it because you're a cool cat, you are very charismatic, you can hold your own, you have a presence? Share with us, is it because you think you're a fashionista, that's what you're going to be bringing to this USC experience, not just learning, but learning with some flair? Or is it because you are an all-rounder, that you have all these great qualities packaged absolutely wonderfully ready to share? But know that whatever is the reason that you were chosen, it is because you are wonderfully and fearfully made. no matter what's your reason for being here. So know that you are special and you are supposed to be here. And just knowing that helps us in ensuring that you will make the grade. So the other thing is, when they chose their wonderful cast of designers, when I looked at the show, I realized that they were all at different times of their lives. And for me, this stood out a lot because some of them were very young in their careers, which showed through their designs. And some were much older into their careers. So time of life is very, very important when you come into this university experience. And I wanted us to talk about time of life through Erik Erikson's psychosocial stage of development. So we have all of the different stages, stage 1, stage 2, 3, 4, going down until stage 8. And I have all the different stages listed for you. And this is like a bonus. It's like an edge, because for all of you, you'll be doing Introduction to Psychology. And this is a huge part when we talk about this Introduction to Psychology. So you will meet Erik Erikson and you would meet his stages of psychosocial development. So it starts off in infancy and it goes all the way around. And for most of us, we are in the adolescent stage. So that is usually that identity versus role confusion. And we're coming all the way around to maturity. And one of the things that I like, so that's like stage 5 to stage 8. One of the things that I like about this is that it helps us to understand some of the conflicts that we would be facing. And it helps us to understand what we are going to be searching for as we enter this university experience. So for those of us who are in that adolescent stage, looking at identity versus role confusion, you are looking for your place. So you are looking for your niche. How are you different? How are you about to stand out? How do you make your name? How do you secure your future? Those are the kinds of things that you may be thinking about as you are entering into this university experience. For some of you, you may be in the young adulthood stage where you are grappling with intimacy versus isolation. So that a part of your university experience is hinged on your ability to form intimacy. And I want us to be careful when we think about intimacy, because a lot of the times in the Caribbean, when we talk about intimacy, our minds sort of automatically go to like sexual intercourse and those things. And while sexual intercourse is a part of intimacy, it is just a part of it. It is not synonymous with intimacy. So with intimacy, we are talking about forming good, strong, lifelong friendships. We are talking about having good conversations, finding your place in life, right? Making those lasting connections. So some of us may be in that stage. Then some of us might be in the middle adulthood stage where we are looking at generativity versus stagnation. So we may be looking for that upward move in our career. We are looking to just stamp that place or to forge a new path so that we can leave a legacy. Or you may be in that last stage, which is that maturity stage, where we are looking at integrity versus despair. So we are looking at that continuation of our legacy. What are we leaving behind? Did I really give my best? So for some of us, this may be something that has been on our bucket list for some time. And now we are getting into this stage and we want to make sure that we can show our children and our grandchildren that these are dreams we may have had and it is still achievable at any stage. So know that despite what your time of life is, you can experience success, that you can make that grade even though we are at different times in our lives. And I love that, because if you are at all familiar with the show Making the Cut, as I said before, these designers, many of them were at various stages along this continuum of psychosocial development. And it was so nice to see what they all brought to the table. What I do not want to get missed in this whole conversation is, even though you may be at these different stages are to add to your enjoyment of the experience. It is not to take away from the experience in any way, but it is to add to this whole dynamic experience that you are about to go through. And you are to use these things as your stepping stones in your success. So these designers, even those who were older, those who were more youthful, they did not see their different stages as a disadvantage. So my young people, not because you don't have as much experience as some of the older folks, or older folks, not because you have more responsibility than some of the younger folks, so you have less time and those type of things, that you would make this experience any less, or that you will consider yourself any less. But you are to use your different times of life to your advantage, because that is what it is. It is an advantage. So we are trying to make the grade, and in making the cut, every episode there would be a challenge. And in making the grade, you will experience challenges. And these challenges will come in the form of obstacles. And there are lots of different obstacles that you will experience. One of them is a relationship with God. Now, USC is a Christian institution, but one of the challenges that you may experience is that you may feel when things get very, very difficult, you may feel like when you don't get the service that might be the best, you may feel like when you don't get that grade that you want, you may feel your relationship with God beginning to dwindle. And that might be a challenge for you. That might be an obstacle for you. Because with God, we can do all things. So when we meet an obstacle and we begin to move away from God, we are actually putting ourselves in a much more difficult position. Group work might be a challenge. And coming straight again from Making the Cut, when you look at those episodes, some of the most challenging times were when they had to work as a group or when they had to work with a partner. And when you are doing group work, you have to understand that even though you are part of a group, you bring different skill sets. So everyone in your group, just as we were saying when we were talking about being chosen, you bring something different from what another person brings. What is the challenge in the group is to find out what each person is bringing and utilizing their skill. And sometimes that is not an easy thing to do. So when you talk to a lot of university students, they will say one of their biggest challenges was doing group work. But for you, you have to be prepared to overcome that challenge. Procrastination is another challenge. And I know if you are a student, for a lot of you, for a lot of us who are students and who were students, we can say for sure that procrastination is a challenge. And we are very familiar with the saying that procrastination is the thief of time. And I can tell you that for me, when I see work from a lot of my students, for those who give me that rushed work, yes, some of them are successful. But I can tell you, when those same students work with me on assignments over an extended period of time, the quality of their work soars. The quality of their work is like nothing I have seen when I look back on the assignments that they handed in, that they did very rushed, they did very quickly. So, you know, for a lot of us, we get into that position where we feel, you know, oh gosh, it's only when we are rushing that we could get it done. And because we are successful, we think that this is working for us. But what you are really doing, you are actually taking away from your full potential. Because if you actually plan your work appropriately, if you actually schedule how you're going to get these different pieces done, you actually create a plan for how you are going to be successful at completing your various assignments, you will realize that you will experience greater success. So procrastination is another object you will encounter as you attempt to make the grade. Enjoying the experience too much. Now, most of you do not know me, but most of my students who know me will tell you that I am very involved. I like to enjoy the experience. So I enjoyed all of my experiences in high school. I was in my A-level years, I did secondary school's drama festival. I won best actor there. I did acting at university in our drama club at university. I did sports day. I did netball. I did all sorts of things as a student. And even as a lecturer, that did not wane. If there was cricket, I was there, shouting, screaming for my school, for running, for football, for whatever. I love just soaking up every part of the experience. And I did graduate with honors throughout all of my various programs. So it did not take away from my education. For me, that is what made my education so memorable. When I look back on all of those experiences that I was able to enjoy, because that is what makes it worth it. What makes this university experience worth it is soaking up all of these various experiences. But what is the challenge is that sometimes we enjoy the experience too much. Because very unlike secondary school, nobody is telling you, hey, Carla, you have a class. What are you doing out here? You need to go to class. You need to hand in that assignment. Nobody's coming to say, hey, where your SBA? Your SBA is not ready. That project is not ready. What is happening with you? Nobody's coming to say that. So you have to be very self-disciplined. So you want to enjoy the experience, soak up every bit of it. But you want to make sure that you remember your focus, that your focus is to make the grade. So enjoy all that the university has to offer. And there are a lot of fun things to do, but make sure that you don't overdo it. So my other obstacle is being too reliant on others. So there are so many different pieces tied in this point. So I think about group work, where we give a member something to do and they do not do it, but you bank wholly and solely on this person. And now without that person, your entire project collapses, or you know, the assignment turns into a failing assignment because somebody did not do their due diligence. But you have a part to play in that as well. Because even though you would have done your part efficiently and effectively, because you relied 100% on that person, all things fall apart. And the same things happen in our personal lives. You want to make sure that you are always self-sufficient. So in your group projects, make sure that you are checking in. Is this getting done? Do we need to redistribute? How is this working? In your personal lives, you know, if you have your children, you check up. You make sure that you are not, your caregiver that you're leaving your children with, because for those of you who have families, they are paying a price for this experience as well. So you want to make sure that you are not relying wholly and solely on others, but that you are putting yourself in the position to maintain your independence and to ensure your success at all of the various levels. And the last challenge or the obstacle that I have documented here is navigating classes, that online versus face-to-face. And that is a big challenge for some students, because for many students, we choose an area in which we are not fully equipped. So a lot of the times online looks fabulous. So for many of you, simply because of our COVID pandemic, we are moving into the online phase of class. It's not going to be fully online for some of us. Some of us, we're still going to be doing Zoom classes and those type of things. But for those who are going full-fledged online, the level of independent work is incredible. But online looks so enticing because I don't have to go to class. I don't have to log on at any particular time. I can do my own thing, get to it when I'm ready, and those type of things. But what we have realized is that for many students, they are not fully aware of what really happens in the online platform and what is really required when a class is fully online. So when we have those Zoom classes, we still don't consider that to be fully online. So those Zoom classes are still considered, not necessarily fully online, but we say hybrid, where you still have that face-to-face interaction and those type of things. So I want you to think carefully, because many students don't make the grade because of this poor choice, because of not choosing effectively the medium that they are better suited for in terms of that online or face-to-face component. So I want to take the time now just to open up a bit to ask if any students, do you have any other challenge or obstacle that you think you may need to face? So I'm opening up again just for like another 20 seconds so you could unmute yourselves and tell me what are some challenges that you are seeing that you may face as you try to make the grade.
Hi again.
Sure.
For me, it will be being a single parent, working, and also studying.
Gotcha. Yep.
And procrastination.
Yep.
So I have a lot, but I'll get through it with the grace of God. Trust me.
You certainly will. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Any other? We could probably take one more as we go. Right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. So we move on. So yes, definitely. Being a single parent is a challenge all by itself. But I can tell you from my own experience that it is definitely doable. And I always say to parents in particular, you know, and to students at large, I always tell my students, you know, that life is worth more than just your degree. What really makes life awesome, what really makes life worth it is the people that we interact with. It is our family members, those who we love, those who we hold close. Those are the people who make our lives worth it. So just as I was telling you to soak up your university experience, I want to tell you the same thing in your personal lives. Soak it up. Don't let school be your life. Let school be a part of your life. So as you're entering into this making the grade move, don't let school be your life. Let it only be a part of your life. So now that we know some of the challenges that we will face, how do we overcome? So I was telling you guys about that making the cut, right? And the fact that some of the designers, some were younger, some were older, they were coming with different skill sets. Some were really, really good at stitching and crafting. Some of them were really good at drafting patterns. Some were really good at various different things. But what stood out the most to me is that each person knew their strengths and their weaknesses. And I loved that. And that is something that is going to be key for you as you attempt to make the grade. You have to know yourself. So the person who just shared with me a little while ago, she knows herself. She said, yes, a challenge is going to be being a single mother and weathering all of the different things that she's going to have to encounter. But one of the other things was procrastination, and she knew herself. And that's important. We have to know some of these things that I have listed. So we have to know about our attitudes. Is your attitude one where you are a go-getter? Is your attitude one that you are very laid back? Is your attitude one where you are self-sufficient, where when you need to ask questions or to do things, you do it? Is that your attitude? Do you know your priorities? Do you know what is most important? And again, as we are talking about these priorities, I want to talk again about the fact that we have to make sure that we are prioritizing things appropriately. And as I look, some people were sharing with me, I'm sorry, I missed some of these persons. So I think, I hope I'm pronouncing names correctly. I have a little thing with getting names right. So I am trying my very best. So it's Azizi, I hope. I know it's Emmanuel, at least. He said that, or she, I'm not sure, that one of their challenges might be procrastination. And another one, Shalina, yes, I was correct. Thank you. Yeah, between my sister and I am the younger of well, I'm a middle child, but I have an older sister, and for most of my life I got called Carleen. So I would be going everywhere because we went to the same schools. So, you are the sibling that's coming after. And everyone would be, Carleen, and I would have to say, no, I'm Carla. I'm Carla. And that has always put in me a need to get names correct, because names matter. So thank you very much, Azizi. So yes, so procrastination. Then Shalina mentioned that for her, it will be taking care of her grandmother and her father while she tries to balance school and social life. So definitely, Shalina, those are some real challenges, and of course, so many of us, we face many different things in our lives. But I want to tell you, just as I tell my children every day, that with God, all things are possible. You just have to believe it. So, different persons have their different mantras that they say every day. But my boys, this is what we use. We use this as our mantra every day. So we say that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I can do how many things? All things. How many things? All things. Through who? Christ. Through who? Christ. So, even though our challenges might seem huge and sometimes insurmountable, we know that we can do it through Christ once we are believing. And I love these points because it brings me so nicely to the priorities, because we have to set up our priorities. And I kind of touched on this before when we talked about that, knowing yourself. You have to know what is most important to you. You have to know what is most important and keep it there. So I was telling you, for many persons, we make school our number one priority. And don't get me wrong, school should be a high priority because it determines your your life and the type of life that you may eventually have. However, school should not be your number one priority. If I were to use my Christian standing, your first priority should be your relationship with Christ. That should be number one, number one. And please do not think that school does not take away from your relationship with Christ priority. Because if you make school your number one priority, when you have assignment to do, you will choose assignment over worship. When you have an assignment to do, you will choose assignment or quiz or exam, studying and preparation. You'll choose that over keeping Sabbath. So that priority, if school is your number one priority, it could push anything else down. So you want to make sure you know your priorities. So for me, priority number one is my relationship with God. Priority number two is my relationship with my family. Because at the end of the day, if I have a degree or if I have or whatever it is, and I am of no use to my family, I can have that piece of paper and still be very unhappy. So for me, my other priority is my family, then my friends, because I am big on relationship. I believe very firmly that relationships are what governs our lives, and it is supposed to be what makes the most change. So you want to know yourself, know your support system, know your spirituality, know your self-esteem and your self-efficacy. Know what you are good at. So when we talk about self-efficacy, know what you can do. So know yourself. And then we want to talk about your toolbox. Because again, from making the cut, their toolbox was extremely important. You have to have your tools. So I have 3 toolboxes here, right? I have one that is very sparse, just a hammer and a wrench. And then I have another one that is, it has a hammer, it has a wrench, it has a screwdriver, it has a, one of those multifunctional knives that has all sorts of different tools in it. Then I have a toolbox that has a lot of different tools, plenty different things in there, but it's very, very disorganized. And for a lot of us, sometimes we fall into one of these little areas. So you have to know what is in your toolbox. How is your organization? How is your innovation to think about the problems that you are experiencing and make the changes? How is your creativity, your discipline? How is your writing, your mathematical efficiency, your passion? All of these things are what will help you to make the grade. Because at this level, you have to have all of these different things. You may not have all of them in the same amounts, but you want to make sure that you have them. Then, after you know your toolbox, you know what you have, you know yourself, you know your strong points, you know the time in your life, now it is the time to do the work. And when you have to do the work, this is where we would usually say, this is where we usually say rubber meets road. So this is going to be the time where you really have to show what you are made of. So in doing the work, you have to master your writing skills. So yes, they may not be so great right now, but you have to make sure that as you go through your university experience, that you master your writing. You have to be proactive in your acquisition of knowledge. This is not a time in your life where you want to sit down and wait for knowledge to come to you. That time has passed. You need to be proactive in acquiring knowledge. We have the internet. Long time we had encyclopedias and you had to sit down and read the table of contents or check the index to find out if it had the information, then do all this sort of reading. Now you have things at your fingertips. Use it. Do not be passive with your learning. You want to prepare for your classes. For all of your classes, you will be given a course outline. That course outline needs to be your best friend. Make sure you know what is happening in each of your classes. Prepare for them. We already talked about procrastination. We want to avoid it at all costs. You want to have a schedule. And I know scheduling should be nothing new to you. You all would have come through secondary school where scheduling was key. Another big one for me is interacting with your teachers. A lot of the times as students, we think we know what someone is thinking. So we think we know what our teacher is thinking. And by extension, sometimes as teachers, as lecturers, we think we know what our students are thinking. But most of the time when we have a conversation, we realize, hey, my students weren't thinking about what I was thinking. And whoa, my teacher wasn't thinking what I was thinking. So interact with your teachers, form bonds. And of course, as I said before, don't miss the fun. That is what makes the work worth it. So you want to do the work. And if you looked at making the cut at all, you would have seen that it's a lot of work. So when you do the work, you need to showcase yourself. So apart from just all of that work, not procrastinating, making sure that we have the right tools, making sure that we're interacting with our teachers, you want to showcase yourself. And for many students, we showcase ourselves after the fact. You want to showcase yourself through your continuous years at USC. So get involved in volunteering. Get a mentor and be a mentor. So if there are some teachers, as you do your different classes, maybe it is a class that really moved you and you start thinking, hey, you know, I think this is really an area I want to get into. Go to that teacher. Because usually the teachers who are teaching those classes, that is their background. Usually the passion that you get from those classes, it is because that is that individual's niche as well. So go to them, ask them to mentor you. And as you become more versed in being mentored, use that opportunity to mentor someone else. We talked already about knowing yourself. And as you showcase yourself, you have to know yourself in order to do that. You want to make sure that you research areas of need, because it makes no sense showcasing yourself in an area where it is saturated. So you want to see what is the area of need and go there and showcase yourself, make yourself useful. And of course, as you are showcasing yourself, you want to work on yourself. You should never find yourself at a place where you are completely stagnant, because there's always something about us that needs improvement. There is no perfect human being on the earth. So showcase yourself, put yourself out there, so that by the time you have made the grade and you have come to the end of your course, you are marketable. People know you. They know that you're always willing to work. You're always willing to help. You are always willing to be there and to help others. So showcase yourself. So as we are winding down, I wanted to look at dealing with judgment. And I am so loving the comment that we had in our introduction, where we were talking about, in terms of making that grade, what is coming to mind. And one of the comments shared was that in making the grade, we may not get that A, but we may get, you know, just a passing grade. So we may just get that C grade. And sometimes in making the grade, when that grade is compared with someone else's, there is some judgment. And we have to be prepared to deal with the judgment. And my first point under that is that I want you to release your own. Because if you have walked yourself through this process that we have talked about before, you got to know yourself. You got to understand the point you are in your life. You got to recognize what are the tools you are bringing to this table. You get to understand that you have been showcasing yourself. You know there are good things about you. Then someone else's judgment of you can only impact you when it comes together, it meets, it interconnects with judgment about yourself. So release your own judgment. There are no perfect people. I always have to say to parents who ask me to fix their children, and I have to tell them, your child does not need fixing. They are not broken. They are different. And all of us have our struggles. So even as we all struggle, maybe differently, it does not give the right to hold one superior over another. So release your own judgment. We all have flaws. So be it. Switch to the positive. So when someone says something to you or about you, you want to make sure that in all that is being said, reframe. So I did a lot of that over these last few months, reframing. Because when we look at COVID, things look so negative, things look so bleak. But take the opportunity to pull out the positives. So yes, you may not have gotten an A like somebody else, or you may not have gotten a B like somebody else, but you have passed, and that is your positive. You have made the grade. Don't take things personally, and that's a big one. Don't be thin-skinned. Thin-skinned people do not make the grade. In order to make the grade, in order to be successful at any endeavor you have in life, you have to make sure that you are not taking things personally. Be realistic. Look for the reason behind their comment. And of course, that involves some introspection, some looking at yourself. And that is a very good trait. Many of us do not do that, maybe because we are afraid of what we will see, but you always want to make sure that you look for a reason, look at yourself for why this might be happening. And my last point on the dealing with judgment is huge, because you want to avoid the negative cycle. Sometimes because someone says something to us that we don't like, or they say something to us that is judgmental, we want to do a tit for tat, right? But I want to take a quote from Michelle Obama. She said, when they go low, we go high, right? So let's not keep that repetitive cycle of, yeah, so they're only telling me this, so that's because they so, and because they this, and because they that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. It does nothing for you. So as you are making the grade, judgment will come in many different ways, but don't let it take away from your success. Right? And my final point is that as you are experiencing success, as you make the grade, as you work on yourself, as you take your education into your own hands, as you are proactive with your learning, make sure that as you are experiencing your success, when you make that grade, remain humble. Keep giving back. Be a good example. Support others along this journey, and always be grateful. Success is yours. You have been chosen for a reason. You bring something new and dynamic to this USC experience. You did not come here by chance. As you are here, soak up every experience. Equip yourself for success. Make sure you work on your writing. Make sure you are knowledgeable in your class preparation. Make sure that you know yourself, know your skills that you are bringing, and enjoy your success. So do we have any questions or comments? I am checking the chat just in case. No questions, no comments. I don't know, my chat seems to have disappeared on me. You know, technology is wonderful when you need it to work sometimes. But if we have no questions or comments, I want to take this time to wish you all great success. I want to encourage you to continue trusting, continue believing in yourself, because you have got this. You can more than make the grade. I know it, right? So I believe in you. All you have to do is believe in yourself.
Hi again, guys. Now, as nationals of Trinidad and Tobago, Jonathan and I are aware of the importance of GATE. There is a lot to learn about GATE. For instance, Jonathan, did you know that GATE stands for Government Assistance for Tuition Expenses?
I didn't know that.
No, I did not get it.
We didn't know that. We only learned that a few seconds ago. But thanks, Kaden.
Yeah,
thanks for
Kaden.
telling us.
No problem.
Today, Ms. Stephanie Lovelace, Senior Investigating Officer in the Funding and Gates Grant Administration Division of the Ministry of Education, will now share with us the crucial GATE details.
Good morning, students. Good morning, the USC team. Thank you all for having me here today. As usual, it is my pleasure and a privilege to be speaking at the USC's orientation for new students. My name is Stephanie Lovelace, and I am the Senior Investigating Officer at the Ministry of Education, otherwise known as Funding and Grants. Actually, Funding and Grants is a division of the Ministry of Education, otherwise known as GATE. Today, I would be speaking to you briefly, giving you some very pertinent details about two programs, the GATE program and the HELP program. A short while ago, Jonathan and they would have explained to you the meaning of GATE, and that is basically what GATE is. Government assistance for tuition expenses for students who are accessing tertiary level education. Now, for students who are accessing tertiary level education and are interested in qualifying for GATE or accessing the GATE program, there are three basic points that you must know. The first point is that you must be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and resident in the country for a minimum of 3 years. That basically means that if you are a resident of the country, you will not qualify for GATE. However, if you are a citizen, then there is a very strong possibility that you will qualify for GATE. The second point that you must know and must always be aware of is that you must be fully accepted into the USC. And by fully accepted, I mean simply that you must not be provisionally accepted, so you must not be accepted with conditions. The USC must have said to you, you have met all of the requirements for program X, and therefore you are to read for, you have been accepted to read for whatever that program is. The third point, which is critical to all of you, especially given the current pandemic, you must register and obtain an e-service ID. Everything with regard to the GATE e-service is to be done online. In another slide, I am going to explain to you exactly what you are supposed to do based on the TT Connect guidelines. The TT Connect service centers have indicated to us that they are closed until further notice. Now, there might have been one or two of the centers where you have a few exceptions, where they have allowed students to go into the building on a one-on-one and do the process. As far as possible, students, to safeguard yourself and your family, please follow the process for online activation and registration for a GATE e-service ID number. The new process for acquiring a GATE e-service ID number is simply that you're doing it via the TT Connect, the TT Connect site, which is info.ttconnect@gov.tt. The requirements for it are a computer-generated birth certificate, national ID card, which is, they would like to see back and front of the national ID card or your passport. That data, biodata page with your photo on it, that's the page that they are asking you to submit. You must also submit a valid email address and mobile number. TT Connect has provided 3 steps for you, the student, to follow. Step 1, take a photo of your face, as in a selfie. They want to clearly see your face with either your national ID card or passport. You have to hold it next to your face. And this photo is to be submitted as part of your registration process online. Step 2, they are asking you to scan and label the signed identification documents and the photograph and email it to info.ttconnect@gov.tt. Access to your requested service would then be granted within 2 business days of submission of all the documents which meet the above requirements. So basically what TT Connect is telling you is a simple way for you to not leave your house, but actually ensure that you get all of your documents together and submit via info.ttconnect@gov.tt. Once you have done that, you would then be issued what is called an e-service ID. That ID starts with an E, your year of birth, and some random numbers thereafter. Once you have your e-service ID, it is yours for your life in the GATE program, once you are using the GATE program. What we are asking you to do, students, is to visit the GATE website at www.e-gate.gov.tt. Use that login ID, access your application, and complete the form. We are also asking you to ensure that you provide us with an active email address, because the only way we contact you, especially more so now, is via email. I want to highlight to you, students, please ensure that you submit your application forms to the GATE office via the e-service during this academic year. Please ensure that you have GATE added as a contact to your inbox. You are advised of your GATE status via email. Additional information that we request of you, we send you that information via email as well. We are asking that you check your emails frequently and check your spam as well. Add us as a friend to your inbox or contact, and there should not be too many problems thereafter. The GATE office is currently closed to the public. Students, we are kindly asking that you do not attempt to visit the GATE office. Queries regarding your application must be sent via email. I have provided the USC with a list of all of the email contacts, some direct contacts, so that you will be able to contact us directly. It is going to be posted in the chat this morning. You can also call us via the 800 GATE number, but I also ask that you bear with us. We have been bombarded with calls. Sometimes you don't get to us right away. We have provided you with information. Send us a quick email. Only students who are required to reimburse the ministry, you have to come in to bring in a check to us. It's the only way you can bring in the check to us. You are the only students who would be asked or are allowed to enter the compound. Due to the way our staff is being rotated as well, we are asking you to use the email first. Again, because of a crowding of the lines, we have been experiencing some fluctuations in our lines. So I am here to just clear the air, because I know a lot of students would say they are frustrated. We've been trying to get to GATE. We have not been able to get to anyone. Just bear with us given the current situation, please. So I am also going to give you a quick guide to the e-service in terms of the application. Kindly visit the FAQs page, which gives you a complete breakdown of all of the information that you are required to submit via the e-service. We ask you for 3 types of documents. We ask you for identity documents, academic documents, and means test documents. Under the identity documents, we ask for your electronic birth certificate, your national ID card or passport. And for the national ID card, we ask you to use a copy of the front and back of the national ID card. The passport, we request your biodata page. Where you have a change of name, we ask that you submit your deed poll or your affidavit if necessary. For married persons, females only, of course, marriage certificate, and in the case of a divorcee, a divorce certificate. Academic documents, we simply request of the new students an acceptance letter along with all of your identity documents. All of this information, please ensure that they do not exceed 3 megabytes for all documents, because what happens is that the system is going to tell you it is not accepting your documents. You're then going to have a bit of a problem. For the means test documents, I am asking you to kindly visit the FAQs page, the GATE e-service FAQs page. The list is long. I can share with you a few of the items that we ask for. Once you, the student, have decided that you would like to access means, you would like to be means tested, you're accessing GATE, you would like to be means tested, you have 2 options. Yes, I would like to be means tested, or no, I do not want to be means tested. If you have decided that you do not want to be means tested, then you can go right ahead and skip the means test. What you are signaling to both the GATE office and the USC is that you are capable of paying 50% of your fees. If you decide that you would like us to review and check you, determine what you are eligible to pay, then there is a list of items, options that we request for the household income. Some items include payslips of all the persons who are living in the household, where you are self-employed, a letter and stamp, where we have pensioners, etc., living in the household. We request a copy of the relevant documents, for example, the NIS pension or the government pensions, etc. Please visit the FAQs page. You will find a list of the required documents along with a number of other bits of information that would be quite useful to you, the student, who you are now accessing the GATE program. The documents that you provide must always support the income earners within the household in which the student resides. Please note, students, a student who indicates that he or she is living in a household where you have 0.00 income, you are going to be flagged and you are going to be investigated. Those students whose application is under query, an email is sent to you and you are required to reply within the stipulated time frame. Students, I'm kindly asking that you check your emails again. Ensure that you provide the required information. This is to prevent you from being placed in a position where you would be automatically rated at 50%. If you fail to provide us with the relevant information, there is a clause in our policy that states you will be rated at 50%. The USC, I'm telling you, they are very, very accurate with what goes on. They stay in contact with us at the GATE office, and once you are eligible to pay the 50%, they will be notified accordingly. For new students, we have no assessment except for, and I'm speaking in terms of performance, except for just checking your GATE history. The policy states that if you have already accessed funding for an undergraduate degree level program, you will not qualify for another undergraduate level program. Now, for those students who might have already accessed GATE funding for another program, I would like to advise you to contact us to just confirm your history, to confirm your status in the GATE program, to prevent any unnecessary delays with regard to your application process. Students, I would also like to tell you that during your first year of study, try as best as possible to pass all of your courses. When you are going into the next level of this program, we then start looking at you for your performance. GATE does not pay for repeats. I also want to advise all students that the USC's policies regarding student registration and fees are not related to your tuition expenses. Holds that the USC might have on your account for a financial reason might not necessarily be a GATE-related issue. We ask you to kindly check in with your financial advisors or your finance department before contacting the GATE office to find out why you have a hold on your account. Critical to you, especially the new students who might not read or might not understand that you are entering into a contract with GATE, you need to understand that there are certain items that we consider a major breach of the students' terms and conditions. Withdrawing from the program without informing GATE, never completing your program, transferring from your program without informing GATE, taking a leave of absence without informing GATE. All of those points are important for you to note because it could affect your eligibility for future funding. If you are the recipient of a scholarship that pays your tuition fees, you will also not be eligible for GATE funding. In 2017, the means test policy, I know I spoke briefly about the means test a few minutes ago, but the means test policy really was introduced as a cost sharing model. Hence the reason why it is broken down into different levels. I spoke to you briefly also about your option to skip the means test. What that implies or what that says to both the university and to GATE is that you, the student, you could afford to pay your 50% of whatever the cost of this program is. If you are applying for the means test, we ask that you kindly provide us with all of the documents. When you log in and you start filling the pages to complete your e-service form, your GATE application form, please read every page carefully, because once you indicate to us that you have skipped the means test, it's going to be very difficult for us to do what is called a revert. What is called to revert that means test rating. The system does not allow us to do that, so it locks you in. Plus, you need to note that the means test rating is for 1 academic year. So whatever rating you get at the first semester, that stays with you for the entire year until you are moving into year 2 of your program. On the screen, we have a breakdown of the household income level and the funding eligibility for those students who would like to be means tested, who have requested to be means tested. Basically, it says, and this is also on our FAQs page, I would like you all to visit the page, check, look at it, all of the information is there. If your income, the household income is $10,000 per month or less, the student can qualify for 100% tuition fees. And I say can qualify because that is also dependent on whether we have a query or something that might cause a delay in your rating. And where the student does not provide us with complete information, it pretty much puts the student in that category of a 50% of their tuition fees. Where the household income is between 10,000 but less than 30, the student will be eligible for 75%. And where the household income is 30,000 per month or more, then the student will qualify for 50% of the tuition fees. I am not sure whether there are any postgraduate level students in this session today, so I will just go over that. The Funding and Grants Administration Division also administrates a program called the Higher Education Loan Program, or the HELP program. This program is a low-interest student loan that is given through any one of our 4 banks, the 4 major banks. Students are given this assistance to cover non-tuition expenses. So where the GATE program covers you for tuition, the HELP program covers you for the non-tuition expenses, such as your books. Some of you have traveling, housing, rent, caution fees, all those amenities and little fees that the USC might have, might be asking you to put out at the registration process. As part of your registration process, this HELP loan assists you in that area. There is one important thing you must note. Students, you must qualify for GATE funding first in order to qualify for a HELP loan. The upside to the HELP loan, though, is that once you qualify and you continue to qualify for the duration of your program, you don't have to pay back until 6 months after you've completed your program. Only after you have successfully completed your program, the bank gives you an allotted time of 6 months, then they start speaking to you about repaying the loan. So basically what they're doing is they're giving you an opportunity to catch your breath, stand on your feet a bit, find a job, and then you can start paying back that loan. You are free to apply or check our websites. You will have information, but the banks, you have to start this process through the bank. You do not come to the GATE office for this. However, we do have CSRs who can provide you with the relevant information with regard to the HELP loan as well. There are some general bits of information, for example, that I'd like to leave with you. Where you have course exemptions, we assess you based on the reduced cost of the program. If you have dropped out of the program and you are coming back in as a new student, you are then subject to means test. You must get an approval from the GATE office first. Those are bits of information that we ask that you must speak to both your financial advisors and the GATE office before you make these decisions and choices. Summer courses, there are some programs at the USC that do not carry summer. There are some that carry summer. Students, just clear it with your advisors before applying. Simply because sometimes when we see that and we reject an application, the students get very anxious, very antsy, and you start getting frustrated after a while. Final reminder, students will only be funded for the duration of your approved program and based on your means test. So if you are in a 3-year program or a 4-year program and you are being rated at 50% for 3 years, at the end of the 3 years, that's it. you're not going to get any more GATE funding. All right? And as I close, I want to repeat, please check our FAQs on the website, contact us through 800 GATE, send an email at any one of the listed persons, to any one of the listed persons on the list that we have provided to you all. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you, Mrs. Lovelace. So I'm just going to ask you to stay there for like 2 more minutes.
Sure.
Right? I did ask if anyone in the chat has any questions, any GATE questions for Mrs. Lovelace. You can send those questions either via Q&A, or you can send the questions in the chat. So I'm seeing a question here from Miss Zalika Richards, and her question is, if you register for courses and you pay the fees up front, meaning that you have paid the fees up front, and then you register for GATE and you qualify, would you be reimbursed of the money already paid? Zalika, I believe that is a question for our internal financial department. So you would need to send an email to your financial advisor with this question. Okay? Another question I'm seeing here from Shalina. It says, if you're accepted, can you attend orientation while your GATE application is pending? Yes, Shalina, you can do so.
Yes.
All right. Naomi has a question. She's wondering, how long does it take to process a GATE application? Yes.
The process of the GATE application from start to finish takes approximately 8 weeks.
Okay.
Sometimes it might be less.
Okay.
Sometimes it might be a bit more. It is all dependent on several factors. One, whether the student is required to provide us with additional information at the verification process, which simply means that point where we are asking you for the identity documents. If the student does not provide us with a clear enough image of the birth certificate, the passport, ID card, any such item, then we would send a notification to the student, and he or she then has 14 days within which to give us that response. So each time we send a notification to the student, he or she is given 14 days to respond. That takes the time. That is what extends the time of the application process. Hence the reason why we ask that you submit to us in Adobe, JPEG, as long as it's clean and clear, and you attach all of the right relevant documents, then they would be fine. The application process might take even less than 8 weeks.
Okay, great. So guys, you've heard Mrs. Lovelace. Make sure you don't take the pictures with any shaky hands or any shaky cameras. And, right? So make sure you don't take the picture with your shaky hands or shaky cameras, and make sure that you send it in a proper format. Okay, guys? So that is the answer to the previous question. All right, let's see what other questions we have for Mistress Lovelace. All right, so Shalina asks, does GATE take into account the expenses or just the income?
Good question. Good question.
It's just the expenses?
Good,
no,
that's
so
a very good question.
Okay, so Mrs. Lovelace is gonna assist us here.
GATE takes into account only the income. Only the income.
Okay,
yes.
so Mrs. Lovelace, I don't know what that means. Can you break it down for me a little more?
So essentially what it means is an employed person has a payslip that reflects several items.
Okay.
Your gross income, your deductions, which would be your mandatory deductions, such as your NIS, your health surcharge, your taxes, etc. We look at the gross income of the household less the mandatory items.
Okay, okay. So after the taxes and everything has been deducted, that's what GATE considers?
Well, pretty much, except that it is dependent because it is dependent on where the person is employed.
Okay.
For example, within the government service, there are certain mandatory items. There are also things like traveling allowances, all those things. We do not take that into consideration all the time. Unless we are given something that identifies that it is actually part of the officer's gross income.
Okay.
But again, we deal with each situation as well on a case-by-case basis. So for a student who has a particular query, because it's so personal, we tend to ask them to speak to us directly instead of sending certain types of information via the email or even attached to the application.
Okay.
Right?
Great, understood. Thank you for that clarification. Because Mrs. Lovelace, you know, I'm not from Trinidad, so you know I have to ask these questions, right?
I know you do.
Okay, so Kiara is asking, she's asking about the steps. So she's saying first, she wants to confirm if first she has to create a TT Connect account. And then once her TT Connect account has been created and approved and verified, if this is what she will use, these credentials is what she will use to log in to apply for GATE.
No.
No? Okay.
No. The TT Connect account is completely different to the GATE e-service IDs and that GATE account, right? The TT Connect, you have to contact them. You have to contact TT Connect to be able to provide them with the information so that they can create your GATE e-service ID. Your GATE e-service ID is unique to the GATE e-service, and you wouldn't get it anywhere else.
Okay.
All right, and as I said earlier, it's a ID that's assigned to you and you only for your lifetime in the GATE program.
Okay. So if I have to apply, so I'm applying, so let's say I'm applying for my undergraduate program, and then I decide I want to do another graduate program, that's the same ID I'm using.
Your same ID you're using, same ID you're using. However, I need to note, because some of the new ones might not be familiar with the system. GATE will only pay for one undergraduate level program and one postgraduate program.
Okay.
However, we have categorized the undergraduate level program into tiers. So if you start at certificate, we will fund the certificate, the diploma, the associates, and the bachelors.
Okay.
We call that one undergraduate level program. Moving on to the postgraduate level, we start at the postgraduate diploma, and then we take you into the MSc, MA, MPhil accordingly, or a PhD. So you cannot get both. The only way we will upgrade you to a PhD from a master's is if the institution, for example, if the USC has noted that you have excelled at year one of the master's and you want to move on to the PhD level, and they are progressing you, they're transitioning you, and it is the same program. That's the only way you will qualify.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mrs. Lovelace. So I'm seeing here. All right, so that's Kiara. All right. Olivia. Okay, so Olivia is asking the same question, which I believe it speaks to the duration of processing of your GATE application. So you said 8 weeks on average.
Yeah, on an average.
All right. Jan is asking, hold on. Okay, so someone is asking, if a mistake was made on the GATE form, what should I do? Is there...
Excellent question. Yeah. If an error is made, most of the times the USC informs us. But what the student is advised to do is to contact us via email or phone. And sometimes we send a notification to you almost immediately to open up. What we do is we open up the application and allow you to go back into the application and correct the error that you've made on the form. The student, once the student has already submitted an application to us, he or she will not be able to access the application. We have to reopen the application for you.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so Crystal, I hope that answers your question. If you made an error on the gate form, simply send an email to the gate office and you will be assisted. All right, let's see. All right, so Shamina is asking, after you've received the clearance has been verified status, how do you know how much funding you are approved for?
Again, they're asking very good questions.
Guys, keep it up. Good questions. Keep it up, guys.
Once your application has been clearance verified, it means it has not been approved for gate yet.
Okay.
So there are certain statuses you will see because the application goes through a number of stages. You will see the student can log into his or her student portal, student side of the gate form, and see the status of the application. So they will see applied, clearance verified, you will see a correction, correction required is another status you will see, corrected is a status you will see clearance verified again, right? And then you will see clearance approved. The first clearance approval that you will get is the clearance that tells you that you are eligible to receive gate funding. You have been assessed. We have determined that you have met all of the requirements for gate and you are fine. Thereafter, your application goes to the means test. You will see another clearance approval stating the amount. So when your application has been means tested, both you, the student, and the institution will see you have been rated 100%, 50%, 75%.
Okay.
You will both get the same information.
Okay, great. So I have a question from Shalina. She's asking, as it pertains to the means test, are pensions considered in
Yes,
the
it is.
household?
Pensions are considered in the household, yes.
Okay, and she would like to know why.
Because it is deemed an income.
Okay, great.
It is income.
Okay, so pension is deemed an income. All right, Olivia is asking, how can I speak directly to someone at gate? Ms. Lovelace, can you just remind us of contact details again?
It depends on the area or the specific items that the student would like to speak to us about. We have provided the USC with a list of contact information. And like for me, I am, my name and my contact information is there. If the student is requesting information regarding a clearance items or even for transfers, etc., we have provided you all with the entire list. Feel free to use it. They can also contact me at my extension. I have found that it has been quite easy for a lot of them to directly contact me, and I will respond to them, especially given the ones who are at the orientations when I speak. So use the information that we have given you all.
Okay, so let me just check. Did we send those details in the chat again? Right, so those details were sent in the chat again. So guys, copy, paste, take a little screenshot, make sure you have that info saved. All right, let me see. I am just gonna, okay, so Jan is asking, as it pertains to conditional acceptance, those of you who have received conditional acceptance letters, you will have to wait until your status has been regularized, and then you can submit your gate application, all right? So once you have, and I'm assuming, or rather, most of you who have received conditional acceptance letters, that is because you are still pending CSEC results. So once you have received your CSEC results and you submit them to admissions, we will then give you the letter required to apply for your gate, okay? Let me see, I am gonna ask you just 2 more questions, Mrs. Lovelace, and then we will wrap up, okay? All right, so here's an interesting question. Shinaza is asking, she said that she applied with one household on her gate form, but she has since left that household, and I'm assuming she's perhaps living on her own. Can she be allowed to change that, or would she be means tested on her previous household, all of those things?
Very good question. It's very interesting. In a case like that, we ask the student to contact us directly.
Okay.
So on that list, there is a senior investigating officer for the means test, Miss Nivelle Niles. She needs to get in touch with that person, and she would be the one who would then determine how she's going to address that application.
Okay. So Chinaza, Mrs. Lovelace has advised that you, one, pay attention to the link we just shared containing all the gate information and contact directly Mrs. Niles, okay? Second question from Kiara. Yes, Kiara, you can attend classes, yes. Kajol is asking, oh, someone asked, I believe it is Christoph. He asked, let me just make sure I'm getting the names correct. Kyle Guppy asked, will this presentation be available for students to access afterwards? Is that possible? Or?
Well, we can provide information. As you would realize, the presentation was just laid out with some very basic points.
Okay.
That's the reason why I kept referring the students to the FAQs page, because it's the same information. I just added a few pointers to guide me in my discussion with the students.
Okay. Good.
So the FAQs page actually carry way more information than what I have provided on the slides.
Okay, guys, so pay attention to that. We will also send the link for the GATE FAQs in the chat, right? So you guys, I really hope you're paying attention to the messages that are being sent in the chat with these very important links, okay?
It is.
Let me see, is there anything else? Someone is saying they're calling the 800 GATE number and they're not getting through. So again, just perhaps send an email.
Yes.
Right.
And the reason for that is what I indicated earlier, because we have it not just we are on rotation. However, we are receiving so many calls that sometimes we don't get to all of the calls in a timely fashion. So that's why I was asking the students. This student can email me directly at that email address that I have submitted to you all. And I normally try to respond within a 48-hour time frame.
Okay, great.
Yeah?
So guys, so Mrs. Lovelace is saying once you shoot her an email, within 48 hours on average, perhaps give a little more, because you know sometimes we be tired. Okay. You will get a response. Okay. Mrs. Lovelace, I think that is all that I have for you at this moment. Thank you once again.
I trust that you've been equipped with all the tools you need to navigate the USC experience. But before we go, I'd like to share 3 things that all USCians should know. What is our mission? Our USC mission states, the University of the Southern Caribbean seeks to transform ordinary people into extraordinary servants of God to humanity through a holistic tertiary educational experience. And what does our vision say? It says a 7-day Adventist university fully reflecting the character of God through spiritual, intellectual, physical, social, and cultural development. And our motto, the best of them all, it states, beyond excellence. It was great spending time with you today, and I can't wait to see you in class. Farewell, class of 2024, and all the best in all your endeavors.